Thank you. And also to the news media and the crew who are here covering this today. Without further ado, we're going to open up in prayer, and I'm going to bring up to you another fellow patriot, a Laredo resident, Pastor Rodriguez. Ray Gonzalez. I'm sorry. Ray Gonzalez.
You're good, you're good. Amen. Well, I want to read something from the Word in John chapter 14, verse 13. Amen. And then we pray. And whatsoever ye shall ask in my name, Jesus said, that I will do, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Amen. We're going to pray and ask the Father to lead us to this morning, this afternoon, throughout the day, and ask a blessing from above. So let's pray. Father, in the name that's above every other name, we just come upon you in the name of Jesus, asking you, Lord, to bless every single patriot this morning throughout the day. We ask the covering from above. Lord, you know that we are here to fight for our country, fight for our borders, fight for our cities, fight for what is right in your eyes, God. And we just ask for you to come upon. Send your angels to cover every single person in this place. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. We bless every single speaker, Lord, and we ask for you to use them throughout this day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Now I ask for you, we're going to do the national anthems and also the Pledge of Allegiance. Right. And the home of the brave. Let's give it up. Let's give it up. Let's give it up. Come on. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May the Lord bless you this morning and this afternoon. Chrishia? Oh, the Texas flag. Absolutely. Come on, Tony. Let's do it together.
We're going to have to start the Texas flag.
Oh, honor the Texas
I'm a Florida girl. I'm really sorry, but I'm actually fast becoming a big Texas fan.
Amen. Let's do the Texas. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Come on, Texas, let's give it up.
Thank you so much. So we are so blessed to have a true patriot among us today who literally took time out of a very busy schedule to come and speak with us about the border crisis and all of the information that he has. So he's going to share what's truly going on here in Texas. Without further ado, Colonel Alan West, are you out there? He is the ED, the Executive Director for the state for the Republican Party. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. It's
thank
an
you,
honor.
Chrishia. Well, and Chrishia, come back. Actually, they promoted me to chairman. I don't know why. But anyhow, I just want to say thank you for what you are doing all across our border states and bringing an incredible light to what is happening here. And this is not just about the sovereignty of the United States of America. It's about not exploiting the people that are on the other side of that river right there, especially young girls. So thank you so much for this.
Thank you so much.
God bless
Thank
you.
you.
Hey, folks, it's a pleasure and honor to be with you. How's everybody doing? I guess they got me up first, and so we'll see what I can do. But let me tell you, there's a protest going on. Some people that they're pro-illegal immigration, and they don't want us to secure our border and everything like that. And, you know, I did a press conference up there, and they got around behind me with all of their, you know, signage and everything. You know, the fact that we are here speaks a lot about the Republican Party of Texas, the Republican Party, period, all of you all here, because we believe that the United States is a sovereign nation. We believe that Texas is a sovereign state. And anyone that does not believe that does not believe that we're a constitutional republic. But the funny thing about these folks up there, they started yelling at me that I was under indictment. They actually thought that I was the Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton. And so I went over there to explain to him, Ken Paxton's a white guy. If you hadn't noticed, I got a permanent tan, okay? But that just shows you how ignorant the other side is. They don't even know who they're protesting. They're just driven out here as a collective body, and what they believe in is not what we're here to say we honor. When you look across that border, that river, I want you to remember that we are these United States of America. And so many men and women have given their lives so that we could be on this side of that border. And we do a disgrace, we do a dishonor to them when we believe that America is just a piece of land in between Mexico and Canada. When we don't want to stand up for our borders and protecting our borders, when we say that being a citizen in the United States of America is nothing, then anyone can just come and have it, then we do a disgrace to all of those people, all of those generations. Like a father, my father, who served in World War II, like my older brother, who served in Vietnam. 30 years ago, I was in Operation Desert Shield, Desert Storm right now, protecting the people of Kuwait from an invasion of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. My nephew has already done 3 combat tours of duty, just got promoted to a lieutenant colonel. That's what I'm talking about. And the founding fathers in the Constitution said very simply in Article 1, Section 10, Clause number 3, that states have a right to protect themselves and to defend themselves from an invasion if there is an imminent danger. And let me tell you, Texas, ladies and gentlemen, is the #1 state in the United States of America for human and sex trafficking. That's an imminent danger. Dallas and Houston are the top 2 cities for human and sex trafficking. That's an imminent danger. The drugs that are coming across, that's an imminent danger. The fact that we are allowing the cartels to make millions of dollars and bringing across these people into our country, that's an imminent danger. And we have to take action, as the founding father said, without admit of delay. That's why you are here, to bring the attention to what is happening on this border. And think about this. We weren't here last year this time, because everything, all the policies in place were making sure that our borders were respected. Our sovereignty was honored. Our safety and security of all of our border cities were being taken care of. But now, with the stroke of a pen, not through a legislative process, we are seeing an open borders agenda be implemented in the United States of America by executive order. The last time I remember, we're a constitutional republic, not a constitutional monarchy. I think I remember Barack Hussein Obama saying, I got a pen and I got a phone. Well, I guess Joe Biden thinks the exact same thing. Joe Biden needs to understand that if he does not want to accept his constitutional duty and responsibility to protect and secure us, the people of Texas, the people of America, then we, the people, as empowered through our Constitution, we need to stand up and encourage our states to do something, and encourage our local municipalities to do something, and our counties. We cannot sit back and allow ourselves to become victims. That's not what America is about. You know, so often people say that you're not a Christian. You're heartless if you just don't allow people to enter into the country. Well, even Christians in Romans, I believe chapter 13, Pastor, It talks about Christians are supposed to be subject to government, which means they're supposed to be subject to the laws. Well, the laws say that we have a sovereign border. And so Christians understand this. We're compassionate people. But we want to show the compassion on the other side of the border. When I think about the fact that we're about to spend, what, $86 million to put illegal immigrants in hotels, when we still have veterans who have been willing to make the last full measure of devotion for these United States of America that are living on the streets. That is something that should incense each and every one of us, that we would treat our veterans in such a horrible, abhorrent way, that we would tell our veterans, step aside. These people here coming across illegally are more important than you. And I live up in Dallas County. And the fact that we have opened up the K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center for 3,000 illegal immigrant males, not children, illegal immigrant males. Why don't we open up K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center to our homeless veterans? We have brought in 1,000 of them into Midland, Texas. Why aren't we protecting our homeless veterans? See, this is a message that should not be going out. And the only way that we get some type of change is for you all to continue to let your voices be heard. We have got to influence our local elected officials, because there's no reason why we should sit back and allow this to happen. See, one of the things that I hate is when all of a sudden everybody's a white supremacist. Everyone's a racist, to include me, because Joe Biden said I ain't really black. All because we want to stand up for the side of our Constitution. We want to stand up for the side of the rule of law. But now, if we disagree with the agenda of the progressive socialist left, to include opening up our borders to anyone, and when I say opening up our borders to anyone, they don't tell you about that category called OTM. OTM stands for other than Mexicans. Because there are people that are coming into the United States of America that are from countries that are on the terrorist watch list. There are people that are coming into the United States of America that eventually do not want to do good for the United States of America. The drugs and everything that are being trafficked across. So we need to once again get people to understand that this is not about compassion. This is about the rule of law. We got to get people to understand that when you're talking about defunding the police, when you're talking about taking away our Second Amendment rights, when you're talking about getting rid of ICE, then who and how are we going to protect ourselves? Because we know that the drug cartels are operating on this side of the Rio Grande River. We know that they are intimidating people. We know that they are controlling the elected officials that are along these border cities. That should not be happening in the United States of America. And in the time that I spent in Afghanistan, 2.5 years, I saw us do more for border security between Afghanistan and Pakistan than what we're doing here in the United States of America. And that's unconscionable to me. So what do we need to do to go forward? We need your voices. When I think about the angel moms that are out there, who's going to be their voice? These mothers and fathers who have lost their children to people that should not be here in the first place. And yet we had a president sitting in the White House now that says we should stop deportations, that we should decriminalize coming across this border. What does that say to us, the legal, the law-abiding citizens of the United States of America and of Texas? It's time for us to make a stand. It's time for us to tell the left that we're not going to allow you to undermine and destroy the greatest nation that the world has ever known. We're not going to allow it to happen. And do not think it's a coincidence that all of a sudden the left has opened up the borders and they just passed this thing called H.R. 1. And part of H.R. 1 says that there will be no identification for voting in the United States of America anywhere. That there will be same-day voter registration and voting, online voter registration, and there will be universal mail-in ballots. There will be no more reviews of voter registration rolls. as we're allowing in tens of thousands to come. That's part of their grand strategic plan, is to undermine our democratic process by bringing in illegals who they will allow to vote in our elections. What they are doing is trying to create a new victim class. What they are doing is trying to create a new class of people that will be dependent upon them. When you look at this COVID relief that really wasn't COVID relief, but they're telling Americans, here's $1,200, here's $1,400 to stay at home and do nothing, to not go out and work, to not be a part of the American dream. Come across the Rio Grande Valley. We'll put you up in a hotel. We'll give you money. We'll take care of the children. But what are we doing to American citizens? The left is telling American citizens to step aside, that you're not important to us unless you believe in our agenda. So thank you so much, Christy, for being here. Thank each and every one of you for being here. Thank you for all of you all that are out there watching online. But I will tell you this, now is the time for action. You know, it was a very wise man once wrote these words. He said, "These are the times which try men's souls, when the summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will in this crisis shrink from their duties. But to those who will make a stand, they will deserve love and admiration of all men and women." That was Thomas Paine in December of 1776. These are our times. And if you want to get biblical, Pastor, in the book of Esther, each and every one of you were made for a time such as this. There is no coincidence that God has you right now making a stand for America, the only nation that was founded on an incredible premise that your inalienable rights do not come from man. They do not come from government. Your inalienable rights come from a creator God of life, of liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So God did bless America. God did bless Texas. And now it's incumbent upon each and every one of us to go out and defend Texas and defend America. God bless you all and thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow, was that not a powerful message or what? So without further ado, we're going to introduce you to Sandra Whitten. And she is a Texan, and she is a Laredo resident as well. And I'm really proud to introduce Sandra, my sister in arms, in this battle for border security.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Patriots, for being here. Hey, y'all. My name is Sandra Whitten. I am a Laredo resident. I've been here for, almost 15 years now. This is my home. This is where I raise my babies. There might be some people up here screaming that Laredo's safe. I've never once felt unsafe here. But let me talk to you about people who don't say anything. We talk about it all the time, and kids in school, right? We talk about, hey, if you see somebody being bullied, what do you need to do? I'm sorry, if you see somebody being bullied, what do you need to do? Speak up. You got to speak up. This is what this is about. We are speaking up because what's happening on our border, on my home turf, that is a crime. I'm not talking about a legal crime, because it is. I can sit here and quote you chapter and verse, the number of crimes that are being committed. I'm talking about people's hearts. We opened our day with prayer. Everyone in this room, well, outside, God's room, we love us in Jesus. And if we are silent about these babies that are being trafficked, if we are silent about these women and these men and these daughters and these sons that are being sold into slavery, we need to be in jail as well. You've heard a lot about these things called wristbands. Every time we see a wristband and we say nothing, we are compliant. I talk a lot about wearing blinders because here in Laredo, they've been conditioned to be silent. We've been conditioned to keep our mouths shut so that people across the river won't interfere with our family lives. I can tell you right now that they're affecting your family life more than you know. When I have middle schoolers coming up to me going, Mrs. Whitten, They're calling across the water saying, hey, we'll pick you up after school for a party because they were just running cross country with their school. That's a crime. But when we're silent, babies are being snatched. When I'm coaching a baseball game and helicopters are flying overhead with guns pointing out at my 9-year-old's baseball games and we say nothing, we are being compliant and silent. When children have to have whistle drills to have a football practice next to this beautiful river so that the cartel can run their drugs and their guns and their sex, human trafficking through these football games, and we say nothing. We are compliant. We are silenced. And we may as well be selling these children ourselves. I love Laredo. This is my home. But I will be silent no more. My slogan is restoring the heart. My slogan is say my name. And when we're not saying these children's name, when we're not calling out these cartels for the terrorist organizations that they are, and we're allowing our politicians to just play games on national news so that they can get some fame and fortune, we're being compliant. This is my border reality. I have spent almost 15 years walking up and down this river as a mom, as a baseball coach, as an American. And it's one of the most beautiful pieces of river you'll ever see in your life. The vegetation, the birds, the biggest alligator gar you possibly could ever find. But we're silent about our river. We're silent about the need for when the Border Patrol agents are asking for a wall in designated areas and we want to scream that butterflies are more important than children. We're committing a crime. We've got to get smart, America. We've got to fight them where it hurts. And by saying their name, we are fighting them where it hurts. We've got to do something about legally getting these people across the border safely. This is not, we have allowed the cartel to make a fortune on the backs of children's slavery. When are we going to stop it, America? When are we going to stop at District 28? Because as long as we stay silent so that we can be comfortable, you're just as bad as the cartel. You're just as bad as these terrorist organizations because you don't care enough to get uncomfortable. I hope you're uncomfortable. Because once we're uncomfortable, that's when something's going to change. So I'm challenging you. Some of you, this is your very first time to my beautiful Laredo, to my beautiful river. Some of you are old friends who've been here before. Some of you are residents here. I want you to say this name. I want you to say the Rio Grande River. I want you to start saying Laredo, because they're some of the most patriotic Americans who are sick and tired. They are done being uncomfortable, and they're ready to move forward. And that's exactly why every single one of you is here today. Thank you. Because as long as we stay silent, nothing will change. So thank you for amplifying our voices. Thank you for proving that Laredo is Texas and America. Thank you for being in my hometown. I look forward to showing you around it. My name is Sandra Whitten, Sandra for Texas. Meet us over there. Bye, y'all.
Thank you so much. Isn't she a powerhouse? We need more women like her to rise up across this nation and run for office. That's all I'm saying. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to Pastor Jorge. He's amazing, Tovar, and he's going to come up and speak to you. He's a longtime resident and pastor of this beautiful city, Laredo, Texas.
Thank you, Christy. God bless everyone. Dios bendiga a todos de Laredo, Texas. Bienvenidos. God bless all. Welcome to our home. Welcome to our city. Today, I was asked to speak. I usually speak about religious freedoms, religious liberties, and I've never talked about or spoken about border security. And we the people, America, we're at a crossroads right now. And the morality of society hangs in the balance as our border security hangs in the balance. It threatens the values we hold dear in our lives, and we, the people, must stand for what is right. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 14 through 16 says, "You are the light of the world, like a city on a hilltop that cannot be hidden. No one lights a lamp and then puts it under a basket. Instead, a lamp is placed on a stand where it gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, let your good deeds shine out for all to see, so that everyone will praise your heavenly Father." That is the word of God. And today I have felt in my heart to give the message to you. And the message is not to get lost in all what's taking place in a negative way. Not to get lost in all this negativity, but to always remember to love your neighbor. Having said that, I want you to understand, we must not hate the people that are crossing, but we should hate the inconsideration of the present administration in the United States for opening up the borders without any security, without any due process. That's the violation of the people. We should concentrate our focus and our strength and our standing against, concentrate on our own, because it's because of our own we are facing this crisis on the border. If we, the people, the church, unite, we can keep God in the United States. We can keep God in Texas. If we, the people, America unites, we can keep God in the United States. If we, the people, the church, wake up, we need to get up and light up. We keep one nation under God. We keep in God we trust. We keep God in our city, in Laredo. We keep God in Texas. And if we keep God in Texas, we keep God in the United States. This is why we need to stand up on biblical values. The biblical values are our family values. Those are our traditional values, starting way with our founding fathers. We, the people, need to be empowered by the grace of God. Let's not forget God in all this. Let's all stand and fight and stand firm, but have God be fighting the battles for us. For all authority comes from God, and those positioned in authority have been placed there by God. Now, with that being said, from Romans 13:1, a lot of people say, are you saying that God put President Biden in his position? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we, the people, put him there. No matter how about they went about and done it, but they did it. Where it was fraud or not, but they did it. He is in place. And we need to keep him in prayer. But your prayer should include, Lord, change his heart. Send somebody so he may meet Jesus Christ as his personal Savior. One of the things that we need to do, prayer warriors, we need to continue praying for our state, for our cities, for our nation. And don't forget to pray for your enemies if you consider part of us enemies. But we need to pray for each other. And we need not to forget the love of God. You know, if somebody deserves to be shunned away It's you and me, because we sinned against God. But God had mercy, and His grace sent His Son to die on the cross for you and me, so that our illegal movements could be forgiven. Amen? Now, if God forgives us, we should extend the grace to our neighbor. God's grace. So, I'm just going to finish with this. Nehemiah was called from God to go and repair the wall in Jerusalem. His heart was heavy because they had damaged the wall, the city. So he went out there, families went out there and started repairing the wall. And the process went on. But you know what? The enemy was there. The enemy was mad because they were repairing the wall. And you know what? Nehemiah started putting leaders of families, put them there to stand in the gap. To stand in the gap while they repaired the wall and restored the wall. And this is what's happening today. God is sending people to stand in the gap. Stand in the gap to defend and secure our borders. Not hating on the people that are coming, because the people that are coming are trying to survive. That's exactly what you and I would do. The first thing we would do, we will go and better our lives and better our families if they open the door to us. Wouldn't you? Do not hate on the people. Let's turn around and fix the problem. And the problem is the administration that's opening up our borders with no consideration to we the people. Remember, the government is not those that are up there manipulating the system. The government is we the people. Nosotros el pueblo. We are the government. And I'll close with this. Benjamin Franklin said this: they that can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither safety nor liberty.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
Samuel Adams said this: if ever a time should come when vain and aspiring men shall possess the highest seats in government, our country will stand in need of an experienced patriots to prevent its ruin. In Proverbs chapter 29 verse 1 says, when the godly are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked are in power, they mourn, they suffer. George Washington said, our safety, our liberty depends upon preserving the Constitution of the United States as our fathers made it inviolate, free or safe from injury or violation. The people of the United States are the rightful masters of both Congress and the courts, not to overthrow the Constitution, but to overthrow the men who pervert the Constitution, who pervert the Constitution. So it is up to us, and I'm glad for the people that are here, the people who God is raising up to stand in the gap and defend our family values. That's the core of this nation. That's the blessing of God, to defend and stand up our biblical values, our family values. And you and I are the only ones can get up and light up We need to wake up in order to get up and light up. So let us wake up and stand in the gap and defend our border security. God bless you.
Jorge, thank you so much. It was beautiful. Thank you, guys. You know, I'm inspired to say a couple things before I bring the next speaker on. And again, I'm Christy Hutcherson, and I'm the founder of Women Fighting for America. We're bringing you this event today, and my journey started over a year ago. And I'm going to just be really quick to tell you how I got here. I'm a Christian, and I make no excuses for that. I love my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. On Good Friday of last year, I was sitting in my backyard, and I was having a Bible study. And the reason I'm going to tell you this story is because one person can make a difference. But with one person who stands up, then we lock arms with another one, and then another one, and then another one. Before long, we have this beautiful cord. We the people, standing up, pushing back. You know, the Lord called me out, and he said, Christy, you denied me in 1993. You denied me in 2012. Are you going to deny me a third time? It's pretty powerful when you hear the Holy Spirit talking to you. You know, I started crying, and if you know me, I'm not the crier. My husband is the crier in the family. And I don't know how long I stood there, but I finally threw my hands up in the air, and I said, you know, Lord, I'm not going to run anymore. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know what it looks like. I'm not equipped. I'm not qualified. And honestly, I'm really a nobody. Nobody knows who I am. But he said, you know, Christy, I'm calling the nobodies because the somebodies haven't been doing their job. So my journey started a year ago. I have been across this great nation. We went on a Heal Our Land bus tour from August. I ended on November 1st, and I had the great honor of speaking with Lance Wallnow on the mall. And it's about the policies. Everyone likes to make it about a man or a woman who's sitting in office. In reality, it's about the policies and the agendas that they're bringing. And I'm going to tell each and every one of you, number one, if you are going to an elected official who does not understand, has read the Constitution of the United States of America and the Bill of Rights, do not vote for them. Also, don't just look at their speeches they're giving. I've seen the most eloquent politicians get up and say the most beautiful words, all the while behind our backs are undermining the sovereignty of the United States. I've worked in Washington, D.C. for over 15 years. I've been in the belly of the beast. That's what I call it. We can no longer sit back and wait for them to save the United States. It is going to take a grassroots, organic effort. It's going to take we the people to rise up, peacefully, lovingly, but strongly, firmly, with a loving velvet fist to take back this nation. What I've experienced over the last 2 weeks, going from border town to border town, from California now to Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, I've been there. I've been in the trenches. I've gone where the press hasn't gone. I've been with the sheriffs. I've been with the Border Patrol agents. As a matter of fact, I've actually even spoke with the Mexican police. You can find that video on our website, wffa.win. And I'm here to tell you, there's a massive cost to our open borders. And it's not just a cost to the American citizens. It's a cost to the migrants who are coming in. Because make no mistake, we've seen the bodies. We've seen the rape trees. The wristbands for the children. The tattoos. The tattoos that the drug cartel are putting on these children because they're recycled. We're going to get into that and talk about that later. But one of the reasons why I wanted to kind of take a break for a second and talk about unity. I love what Pastor said. I'm a super delegate for the state of Florida. I've served on that with the RNC. I've been involved in government for a very long time, and I understand exactly how it works. I've been a poll watcher. I've been on the front lines for years. I've also read and studied the left and their tactics. I've read Rules for Radicals. I've read Soros and what his tactics are as well. Make no mistake, the reason why the left is kicking our butts because they have the narrative. We've been winning little wars, but we have got to win the battle at the end of the day. We have got to lock arms. We have to unite. We need to stop working in silos. We need to share our resources, share our data, stop the infighting, come together for this nation, one nation under God. We are all in this together. We are all Americans. We're all patriots. And it's time for us and all of the leaders to get together and strategize how we can push back and take back this great nation we love. I'm a military mom. My son right now is defending this nation. And I'm going to give a shout out to every single military mom, dad, and military who are serving our nation. Every single police officer is on the front lines every day. The Border Patrol agents who work tirelessly to protect our nation with their hands tied behind their back because of this administration and their anti-American policies. They're socialist, communist policies. Because let's be honest, guys, they are no longer the Democratic Party. They are the Socialist Party. Thank you guys so much. You know, we have the protesters over here. They do not understand what's at stake. They have not been on the front lines like we have. They have not seen the dead bodies floating in the rivers and on the side of the banks. They haven't seen the rape trees with women's bras and panties hanging high where the coyotes have raped them and gang raped them. I have. And I'm angry and I'm fired up, and every single American out there needs to be fired up and angry. We have got to take back this nation. We need to close our borders, secure our borders for the sovereignty of this nation and for the protection of those illegals who are wanting to come to this nation. I love my country, and I love every single one of you guys. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm fighting. That's why I'm on the front lines. We need all of us to lock arms and join forces together. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to another wonderful patriot, Jennifer Fleck. She has ran for state legislator here in Texas. She's also an attorney, and she's just a wonderful patriot of this nation. So Jennifer, come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Fleck. I ran for state representative in Austin, Texas in 2020. I lost my runoff in July 2020. The audit log in my election was so riddled with irregularities, it is impossible to know the true outcome of the election. Just one of 20 of those irregularities revealed on the audit log the deletion and replacement of all of our election day ballots. The county officials were never required to answer for their brazen violations of the law. Although a criminal referral was made by the Texas Secretary of State for these acts to the Texas Attorney General, nothing was done. This personal grievance set me on a course to expose the truth, make voters aware, and fight for election integrity in November 2020. I volunteered as a poll watcher at Central Count in Travis County on November 3rd. I witnessed the same criminal acts that were reported in July. I wanted to stop the selection process because in America, we have a right to a fair and legal election. I called the media and I called 911. When the sheriff arrived, he did not stop the election fraud. In fact, I was arrested for criminal trespass when I refused to leave. Travis County officials were stealing another election and there was nothing I could do but take a citizen stand. What are you willing to sacrifice for the good of all? After my arrest, a second criminal referral was made by the Secretary of State to the Attorney General. Finally opened an investigation. However, no visible progress has been made and the same county officials will conduct our May election. What does this have to do with border security? It is my firmly held belief that if we, the people, had a fair and legal election, if the corrupt system would give us back our vote, our voice, our power, then we, the people, would fix the problems that plague our communities, our state, and our country. If given back our vote, we would freely and decisively elect representatives with courage, willing to fight to preserve our rights and our freedom. Legal elections would fix almost everything. We would elect those who care deeply about life from conception, the Second Amendment, protection from our enemies, foreign and domestic, and keeping our republic. But I assert that we are living in times in which all of this has been lost. It has been stolen by the left-wing Democrats and sold out by lazy and greedy Republicans. Please don't misunderstand what I just said. I assert that we, the people, are the forgotten and ignored majority that stand in the middle of government-selected tyrants that have forsaken the American people. What we forget is that we are the majority. You are the majority. Hear me and believe and start acting on this truth. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In order to retain these rights, we must maintain a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So what can we do while we wait for the lies to be exposed and the truth to be revealed? What do we do while we watch the fallout of a corrupt and cheating system? What do we do as it all unravels? I can't do nothing. It's not who I am. Evil prevails when good men do nothing. In the weeks following my election, I remember having a conversation with God in which I said, I don't see the plan. This looks like chaos. It looks like destruction. If you have a plan, God, I'm all in. And he reminded me, for I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future. See, we are the plan. You and me, we are the plan. With wins and losses, he builds resilience in you and in me for what is ahead. I say to you today, through my own personal experience, God has a plan. You may not see it, you may not feel it, but he's working for his glory and your good. Let us not be a generation that allows fraud and cheating and lies to flourish. We must model a resilient fighting spirit. You will hear from many speakers today, and I want you to be asking, what can I do? Get in the arena, bet it all. Do not be cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. We must find where we the people still have power. Where do we still have power? I would assert that we may have power locally, in your neighborhoods, in your communities, in your schools, in your local businesses and your local churches. I encourage you to invest your time locally. Go home today. Start a group. Gather like-minded friends, patriots, and allies. Start to grow a coalition in which you are prepared to protect and defend each other. Start teaching others what you know. Start and support local businesses. Hold your school board trustees accountable and invite people to church. This is what we are doing in my local area. We live in desperate times. We all need God right now, and we need him to show up big time. Without God, we can do nothing. So many children, families, and marriages need a lifeline right now. Be that connection. Our government is not for us, and we must be there for each other. I know you think you are alone, but you are not. There is more of us than there are of them. We, the people, are the majority. Again, declare it and believe it. Don't allow the gun-grabbing, open border, fear-mongering, tyrannical government to take your rights. Be ready and stand ready together until order is restored, prepared to protect and defend your boundaries, your borders. Know your Constitution, know your rights, know your neighbors, and know your God. There will be days when you feel like nothing you do matters. You will wonder if anybody cares or is listening. But I encourage you to spend your life in a worthy cause. Dare greatly, live boldly, and above all else, put on the full armor of God so you'll be able to boldly protect and defend your own. Stand your ground. And having done everything that the crisis demands, stand firm, immovable, in eternal victory. Thank you for coming today. I hope you're inspired to be an instrument of hope and an agent of engagement during these historic times. I pray a prayer of discernment, blessing, wisdom, and strength over all of you in Jesus' name. God bless America and God bless Texas. The best is yet to come.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, guys. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce you. George Rodriguez, come on up here. Thank you, George, for being here.
My pleasure. My pleasure. All right, folks. I want everybody to get over here because we had those clowns over there a little while ago. And did you know how quickly the media ran to them? Okay? This is the problem. Now, let me tell you, I was born in Laredo. But we left because my dad was a writer, a printer, and a reporter. And the machine here, which was Democrat and continues to be Democrat, didn't like what he was writing, so we had to move. We had to leave. And a lot of the same people that were in power then are continuing to be in power now. I got to work in the Reagan administration, and I got to work on the 1986 immigration law, which has been destroyed. And I fought, me and my friends from the Heritage Foundation, we fought against the amnesty because we knew it wouldn't work. And here we are, how many years later, and they're talking about another amnesty. Let me tell you, my friends, I've studied and lived this problem. My family, my grandparents didn't like los mojados, okay? My grandparents, my parents fought against cheap labor that would come across the border. My parents, my grandparents, my uncles, they fought against crime that would come across the border. And here we are, 2021, and what are we talking about? The big difference, my friends, is that it's not Mexicans, it's Nigerians, it's Chinese. I met the other day some Vietnamese. It's everybody else, my friends. And they're coming because they have been invited. This problem will not stop, my friends, until we stop, first of all, excusing illegal immigration. What does that mean, excusing illegal immigration? Well, those clowns that were over here, excusing it, saying that there's a constitutional right for illegal immigration. Que pendejada, as we would say. I mean, there are people who say that we owe it to Mexico and Latin America and the third world because this is a white nation. You don't say about me, but you know, I've been called a white supremacist lately, so nothing surprising. But they claim, my friends, they claim that we owe it to the rest of the world because we're a successful nation. Oh, and then they pull the Christian card on us. You're not Christian if you don't love your friends across the river. Well, I don't see them loving us very much. I see us sending them tons and tons of taxpayer money. And what do they send us? COVID, lice, meth, their kids. Instead of us raising their kids here, why don't we just send each one of them with a check back and we stop sending foreign aid? How about that? How about we stop sending foreign aid to anybody that sends their kids or their citizens here? How about that one? Oh my gosh, I can just hear them melting down in Washington over that one. Why do we excuse it? And then we reward it. We reward it with work, illegal work. We have, my father organized a printers union here in Laredo, history. Here in Laredo, organized a printers union because there were printers from that side that used to come over here and work cheap and then go back. Okay? Now they just come over here and they take our welfare. You know, unemployment. You know, because well, we need to take care of everybody, right? An economically independent person is the worst nightmare of Democrats or any dictator. We need to stop rewarding illegal immigration with jobs, with benefits, even with rights. With rights, my friends. The ACLU claims that an illegal alien, yes, and I'll use that term, an illegal alien has constitutional rights. You know, well, here, you know, I proposed this to to that idiot, Congressman Castro the other day, and I said, why don't the Democrats, now that they're in power, why don't you just let everybody in the world vote? Huh? Why don't you just let everybody in the world vote? You know, and then we can cut them a check. Okay? Because that's the direction we're going. We've got to stop rewarding. We've got to quit excusing it. We've got to stop rewarding illegal immigration. You want to stop it? That's how we do it. That's how we do it. The other thing we definitely have to do, my friends, is start punishing it. Punishing it. You are here illegally, deport them. What's wrong with that? Even when they are caught walking over here. I mean, I remember the days, my friends, when illegal aliens used to run away from the Border Patrol. Now they run to them, and they go and introduce themselves to them. I mean, what an upside-down world we have now. And the other final thing is the media, who are complicit in this whole sham, this crime. They are part of the problem. Why? Because we have a rally, barely a peep. They have a rally, and there's only 10, 12 of them, and everybody flocks over there. You know, that delusional guy that we have in the White House now, yesterday, talking about humanitarian aid, that it's American to be humanitarian, and that's why we've got to take care of the kids. Well, how about we take care of the kids over there instead of taking care of them here? I mean, they're shipping them all over the place, and they're not even doing a good job about it. They're turning them over to people, you know, the poverty industry. They're turning them over to the poverty industry that just is salivating because, oh my gosh, they've got brand new clientele. They've got a whole new group of clients. My friends, look at me. My name is Rodriguez. I am an American first. I am an American of Mexican descent. All right? Just like there are Americans of Irish, Asian, Italian, German, whatever, but they're Americans. I am an American first, and I want my country first. We have to have an immigration policy and policies that relate to America first. What is best for our country? We don't open it up for every Tom, Dick, and Juan that comes in asking and begging. Not because we are not Christians, my friend, but because if we sink, who is left to swim? Who is left to swim? Once again, my name is George Rodriguez. I have a program in San Antonio on KLUP. I also do the podcast. I also am online. I am trying to be a speaker, to get out and talk to folks, because people need to see people like me addressing the issue, because they usually see only people like the Castros, other clowns like that, who all they do is demand and take and take and take. All right? So we've got to see people like me speak up. Yo les digo en español si quieren. Okay? Si quieren, yo les digo en español. My friends, once again, George Rodriguez, El Conservador. You can find me anywhere online. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You know, I was really privileged to meet the next speaker. Her name is Sabine. She's got an amazing story. She's an angel mom. And I don't wish that on any mother. And as a mom of 2 boys myself, I do not know the pain that she's been going through and continues to live through every day. You see, her son was taken from her by an illegal alien. She's going to tell you that story. She's one of the most bravest women and courageous women I've ever met. Sabine.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I want to thank Women Fighting for America, Patriots at large, and I want to thank each one of you for being here, because that means you took time out, and it's important to you, because too many people staying at home on their keyboard, talking a lot of game, and doing nothing. So thank you. I'm Sabine Durden Coulter. I'm better known as Dom's mom. And gotta get my stuff together. This is my German chocolate. He called himself German chocolate because he was born in Germany. And at the age of 10 years of age, we came over here. So I always bring him with me. I was supposed to have a friend with me, an angel dad, Odette. He lost his 13-year-old daughter, Chrishia, in Texas. He had a medical emergency yesterday, so I would like to read for him. Those are his words. My daughter Chrishia was 13 years old the night she was killed by an illegal alien in Rockwall, Texas. She was a very loving, kind-hearted, bright young lady who had just started high school. Her death was completely preventable. However, because of immigration laws not being enforced, and because of Texas laws not existing, her killer was able to walk free with only a ticket for driving without a license. Had the federal government enforced immigration laws and had Texas had laws on the books, she might still be alive today. In Texas, it's currently not, I repeat, not illegal to drive without a license and kill someone if you are not on drugs or not intoxicated. The Rockwall County grand jury decided that because my daughter's killer was not on drugs or intoxicated the night he hit and killed her, in their words, there was no proof of negligence in his ability to operate the vehicle. So the only punishment was for driving without a license. The ticket had already been given 4 years prior for driving without a license and for speeding. Along with the Rockwall County and City Police not reporting him to immigration services, he was able to be released 36 minutes later. Had they contacted immigration services, they would have found out that he was a repeat offender and had been stopped at the border 3 times attempting to illegally enter the country. Every time he was a part of the catch and release program called voluntary return. With this, he was never charged for entering the country illegally and released back to Mexico. Had he been charged the first time, the second or third time he attempted to come into the country illegally, he would have been served a stiff penalty and served time in jail. Because Texas has no legislations on the book to incentivize illegals coming into the state in the country illegally. Texas is a favorite point of entry for illegal aliens. Governor Abbott in both 2019 and 2021 did not believe that illegal immigration was an issue significant enough to make an emergency item on this agenda. In his own words, he believes the little immigration issue is entirely responsibility of the federal government. Texas needs this session to start addressing illegal immigration by criminalizing the presence of illegals in Texas, the employment of illegals, and leasing or selling property or vehicles to illegal aliens. Close the loophole in registration of vehicles by requiring driver license when registering vehicles. Right now in Texas, as of many of you probably know, no driver license is required to register a new or used vehicle in the state of Texas. Texas State Senator John Whitmer refused to allow a bill I had proposed in 2019 to be heard in his Criminal Justice Committee. That bill would have been criminalized driving a vehicle without a license while not being intoxicated or on drugs. That bill needs to be readdressed, and it should be criminalized to close the loophole that allowed my daughter's killer to get away with being charged for her death. To this date, he is living outside the county he killed my daughter in. He has registered 3 vehicles since my daughter's death, and he has no license, and he purchased the house. Ironically, he was also a fugitive wanted by ICE, but because of the current administration policies that warrant is no longer valid. And here in Texas, it's not illegal to hire someone who is in the country illegally. Issues like this are what makes illegal aliens so interested in coming through Texas. Many continue on to other states, and some stay here. We Texas citizens, U.S. citizens, pay the price, whether it's drug trafficking that kills our loved ones, or opioid addictions, or cartel violence, the human trafficking tool using Texas as a pathway, and of course the crimes committed by illegal aliens in Texas, including murder, rape, theft, are the reasons why Lieutenant Governor Patrick reported that 2011 and 2019, 233,000 crimes were committed by illegal aliens in Texas. There's also a little known program and little talked about from the IRS that is called Individual Tax ID, or ITIN. It's a program that allows illegal aliens to file taxes, apply for jobs, apply for credit cards, apply for loans, and live free of the responsibility that comes with having a Social Security number. Texas needs to criminalize the use of any ITIN for that purpose. It's important for national security, the safety, health, and well-being of Texas citizens. Governor Abbott needs to stop leaving the illegal immigration problem to the federal government. It's quite obvious that this current administration has no intention of putting American citizens ahead of the illegal alien. For Governor Abbott to continue waiting on the federal government to do so is something lazy, is irresponsible, and foolish. He has the responsibility to protect Texas citizens. I would encourage each and every one of you in person that can hear this message to begin calling, emailing, whatever it takes, to tell Governor Abbott to hold a special session immediately to address the illegal immigration problem in Texas, because the federal government will not. Sending state troopers and National Guard to the border does really nothing to deter illegal aliens from coming into Texas. If they know they are not welcome and that they will face jail time, they will be returned back to Mexico. They will have no interest in coming here. Myself, my dear friend Sabine, and Aviac, advocates for victims of illegal alien crime, fight this fight to have immigration laws and force new laws to be created so no one else knows this kind of pain. Thank you for your time and for listening. This is a friend of mine who lost his only daughter. I'm a legal immigrant. I came here, thank you. As you probably can detect from my accent, I came from Germany. And Dominic's dad was in the army, and 1989 we came here, and I had to do a lot of paperwork. I had to sign paperwork that I would never accept any assistance, monetary assistance, nothing. And I had a little residential alien card. And I was proud of that. And I knew in order to have anything here or receive anything, I would have to earn my way here. So for 6 years, I worked and studied to become a legal citizen. In 1996, I did that. And I'm proudly representing the flag, as you can see. Uh-oh. We got Border Patrol coming through. What a beautiful sight. Yes! Woo! Thank you! Woo! Thank you! Those brave men and women, they are in my prayers every night. So I'm the legal immigrant. I'm the angel mom. I'm better known as Dom's mom. And Dominic was the love of my life, my best friend. He was my only child. He called himself German Chocolate because he was born in Germany, in the same hospital I was born in. And from day one, he was my best friend. We rode motorcycles together. We went traveling. And when his dad and I divorced, he and I shared a household. So he was my living partner, but I made sure he knew his responsibilities. He started working for the city of Moreno Valley in California as a volunteer firefighter. But he always loved law enforcement. So he started to work for the Riverside Sheriff's Department as a 911 dispatcher. And he exceeded everything. He saved a lot of lives and took his job very serious. And in the meantime, he had tons of friends. He never met a stranger. He enjoyed life. He had big plans. He was a pilot. He had a little Cessna, and he wanted to become a helicopter pilot. That was the end goal of his career. But sadly, that never happened, because on July 12, 2012, in California, Moreno Valley, at 5:45 a.m., an illegal alien from Guatemala with 2 felonies, 1 deportation, 2 DUIs, turned his unregistered, uninsured truck in front of my son as he was riding his motorcycle to work. He killed him instantly, and the impact was so strong that it threw Dominic into a wall on the sidewalk. And while my son was laying there mangled, this guy started to run away. But there were witnesses, and they stopped him. Now imagine a scene where you have blood everywhere, you have a mangled body. Thank God he was wearing his helmet. And the police shows up. And the first officer on scene was his best friend. He went into shock. He just stood there. He couldn't do anything. The next unit came up. They went into shock. They recognized his motorcycle. In the meantime, at the dispatch center, his friends were waiting for him. They knew he was always a minute late, dragging his butt in their little, boots still untied. And they realized they were getting 911 calls from that area that he would ride his motorcycle. So that whole center went into panic mode. Once they typed in the number of his license plate, they realized it was him, and they had to bring in other people to work for them that day. Fire department showed up. They knew him because he was a volunteer of the year working with the fire department. They transported his body on the fire truck. Thank you. And with a flag, covering him with a flag. So that flag means more to me than you could know. Here they come again, my heroes. I wish they would have caught the guy who killed my son. Yes. So, Dominic, oh, there we go. Yay! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. So I had no idea it wasn't illegal. I was in Atlanta and got that horrible phone call that every parent dreads. That phone call that tells you that your life as you know it is over. My best friend was taken. I thought it was an accident. We came back. And as I stood at the spot where my son took his last breath, a police officer walked up and he said, "You need to tell the DA to tell you the truth," because they were lying to me. And he said it wasn't illegal. And I said, "What you talking about?" "Well, there was a Home Depot right around the corner." And that's what happened. This guy claimed to be a day laborer, was in a hurry to get to his day job, and he didn't care. He was sitting at the accident scene like, well, nothing major happened. He knew he could get away with it. The DA talked me into not going to trial because I was distraught. My world had ended. So we had a hearing where a judge, an American judge, told me if I would have known more about the case, I wouldn't have made a deal with him. I actually turned around and thought somebody's pranking me. But he wasn't. He made a deal with the guy to give him a misdemeanor without gross negligence. Now, mind you, 2 felonies, convictions, 2 DUIs, 1 deportation, no license. 9 months, 5-year probation. The guy served 35 days. By then, I started waking up and I started getting loud. So now they moved this guy to a detention center where he got bailed out for $10,000 cash. I don't know, any of you have $10,000 laying around to get bailed out? So we knew it was a bigger deal. Cartel, who knows? That guy was so arrogant, knowing he would get away with it again. He came back for the hearing. And when the judge asked him if he had anything to say to the mother of his victim, he said, God gives life, God takes life. I was only on my way to work. That spurred me. I was pissed, like I am today. Because we now have a government that cares more for everybody else's people and children than our own. While they spend $86 million on hotels for illegals, let's welcome them all in, make them comfortable. Plane tickets, bus tickets. We have homeless people in every city. We have families in need. And the only one that actually cared was Donald J. Trump. And And Donald Trump, I met him in 2015 in Los Angeles. I used to be deathly afraid of this thing here, or speaking. He asked for a few of us to come meet him, and we did. And he listened to us, looked us in the eye, wanted to hear our stories. And when we were done, he said, so the media is ignoring you, huh? I said, yeah, they don't want to talk to us. As soon as they hear the word illegal alien, because I refuse to call them anything else, he said, come with me. And he put us in front of the media and told me, go tell your story. And that changed my life. He gave my son a voice. He gave thousands of other angel moms and dads a voice, their children, their loved ones. And he brought change. He cared for America. And for 4 years, I had the pleasure of being in the White House with him, to be at the National Republican Convention in Cleveland, at the inauguration. The man never forgets. And for 4 years, my broken, shattered heart got to build up a little scab. And as soon as that empty suit got elected, well, whatever, got put in the White House, that scab was ripped wide open, because every time, every day, from the day one that he walked in there and his executive orders that he signed, he showed that he could care less about Americans. He cared for illegals. Whatever that meant to them, for their votes, for their cheap labor. And I like to think that people on the other side of this river are just as important. Their lives are just as important. These children shouldn't be trafficked. And when I heard Mallorca's talk about the loving parents sending their children to America, and he wouldn't want, to do anything bad. He wants their parents to come here. I'm thinking, loving parents? Which one of us would take our child and have him with a stranger sent from LA to New York? We would be arrested. We would be arrested. Our children will be taken from us. But I guess that is allowed because, they're just illegals. And my heart hurts for these children because they are getting conditioned. And then you have Nancy Pelosi, who probably got some brain freeze from eating her expensive ice cream, talking about that the undocumented, or the migrants, as she calls them now, the migrants are the heirs of our founding fathers. I was about to rip my TV off the wall. I was just so mad. They keep making excuses. They keep pouring money into things that harm our country. So you have to ask yourself, why? They tried to shut me up. It's Biden back there. Okay, we're back. We got it? Oh, I can talk loud too. Oh, we're back on. Yes, we're back on. We're back on. Thank you. Somebody said Biden is the best president ever. You know who said that? No, the drug cartels, the human traffickers, the sex traffickers, the cartels right along there. That's their best president ever. Thank you for sharing our stories. Thank you for being here. Please visit us for AVIAC, Advocates for Victims of Illegal Alien Crime.us. We fight for Americans, and we fight so you never have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabine. This is why we need secure borders. This is why we need to close our borders down and vet those who are coming into the nation. We need to understand that it's not just women and children. I was on the front lines talking to the Border Patrol and to Sheriff Mark Daniels, Sheriff Lamb, personally speaking with these sheriffs. And they've told us they're major criminal records. They're catching people and letting go in this nation. Murder, rap sheets, rape. That's who's coming into this nation as well. So don't believe the lies out there. There's terrorists coming over our borders. Heard it firsthand. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to, he's a tall drink of water. He's a big Texan, I can tell you that. I don't know what they're feeding you guys here, but this guy's amazing. So Dan, where are you at, Dan? Dan, come on. So Dan was a pro wrestler, and he is a Texan who loves this state, and he is going to try to fight for you guys. So here's Dan.
Thank you so much. We're not going to try to fight. We're going to fight. All right? Well, good afternoon, Laredo. Hey, I want to say I saw the pictures of the Trump train out here in Laredo. That was pretty awesome, so great job. But I got a question for everybody out here. Raise your hand if you miss President Trump. Because I miss him. Well, here's the deal. I have a message that I want to convey from Texas to Joe Biden. Mr. President, don't tear down our wall. He called himself a nice guy yesterday. You guys hear that press conference? I don't know if you remember saying that, but he said that. He said he's a nice guy for what he's done. What did he do? He let in I think it was almost 100,000 people last month after he removed the Remain in Mexico policy that President Trump implemented. 100,000. Well, there's no more Mr. Nice Guy. Fact is we need to fight. We need to fight. And Joe Biden, well, he's been protected his whole life, right? In Washington, D.C., he kind of had a wall around him, protected by Secret Service and guns. But now, he's going the other way. Well, I believe that the American people need to be protected. And I don't think he believes this. I'm gonna probably go off script here. Usually what I do is I write these speeches the night before, but then I meet folks. Goodness. Like Sabine. Where's Sabine at? Right here. Hey, I want everybody to give Sabine a round of applause. She's an angel parent. Her son Dom worked for the sheriff's office, as you guys heard, and was killed by an illegal alien. Yeah, I say illegal alien. Okay? And the fact is, we can't have that. I'm a big tough guy, being a pro fighter, yeah. But you know what? When you told me that story, I teared up because I have 6 children. And I'm running for United States Congress because I'm going to fight to protect my kids like I'm going to fight to protect your kids. I have a couple things I wanted to talk about today. Obviously, the fact that President Biden is he's not putting Americans first right now. And these cartels. So you guys know how much the cartels get to bring people over? Latinos, They charge them $2,500 to come over the border. Chinese nationals, you know how much they get? $5,000. And if you're Russian or you're from the Middle East, $9,000. So Pelosi and Kamala and Joe Biden are funding these cartels. I'm going to get fired up right now. I don't want to cut a WWE promo, but I'm about ready to. So here's what we want to do. We're going to implement something when I get to Congress. And it's time for Congress to work for the people now. We got a lot of rhinos up there. We got a lot of people that are flipping. They flipped on the president, which I'm not happy about. But that's why I'm proposing to pass into law the Angel Act. We need to do it in Congress. And I promise to propose and pass into law the Angel Act to write Trump's Remain in Mexico policy into law. This is a humanitarian way to fix the current crisis. Now, the fact is we want legal immigrants. We're a country built on legal immigrants. President Trump, he brought in more legal immigrants as a Republican president than any other in the last 25 years. I mean, he kicked butt. And that's what we need again. We need to do it the right way. But the fact is I want everybody to join this movement. You know, this is our last stand. We are in Texas. This is our Alamo. And we have a saying here. Don't mess with Texas. We also have another saying, everything's bigger in Texas. Hence, it's time for a Texas-sized congressman, don't you bet? Don't you guys agree? So the fact is we need to stand. We need somebody to go up there and stand on the courage of their convictions. Go to Congress with your morals and your ethics and be that voice. Be that fighter that will stand tall and fight for the people. I got one loud voice, and it's going to carry. And I'm not going to be afraid to fight the establishment or Nancy Pelosi, who's hiding in her mansion in San Francisco right now, or Joe Biden. But the fact is we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop until we can flip the House. And if we don't flip the House, we're going to have 4 more years of this. And nobody wants that. Does anybody want that? So the fact is, I need to count on everybody here because the media is not going to cover it. You need to talk to your friends, your families, and talk about this immigration issue. Talk about the problems. Right now we got folks that are upset up in Midland. We're bringing people over nonstop. My buddy August Pfluger, great congressman up there. I know he's not happy about it. Down in Dallas, you know, it's really funny. They're housing all these people at the convention center. Now, the convention center's been closed in Dallas for almost a year. We haven't been getting any business. But now what? It's open for business to illegal aliens? It's not right. It's not right. So, we are going to fight. Hey, actually, I want to make one more comment. Because Ted Cruz texted me the other day when he was talking about this video that they posted of me riding a bull. And he said, Big Dad's strong. But Ted Cruz talked about the cartel members sending back over fingers of children and ears of children. And it's just inhumane. And like I said, Biden's doing nothing about it. So we need to fight this. We need to fight it. We need to be vocal. And heck, Ted Cruz did it the right way. When he went to Mexico, he used his passport and he left, and then he came back with a passport. He did it the right way, and everybody's busting his chops. He's a great guy, and I love Ted. So, with that being said, Like I said, it's time for a Texas-sized congressman. And let's make America Texas again. God bless Texas, God bless the Trumps, and God bless America.
Thank you so much. So, next speaker up, he is a New Zealander. And you might want to ask, what in the heck is a New Zealander going to be speaking for the United States of America and we the people and the people of Texas? Well, I've gotten the honor to know Trevor Louden a little bit. He's wrote some amazing books. The Enemies from Within is one of them. There's nobody who understands the communist Marxist movement better than Trevor. So, Trevor, I am proud to have him speak today with you guys. Thank you, Trevor.
Thanks so much. Can you give me a bit of a signal when I'm running out of time, like 5 minutes? Thank you so much. Thanks, Christy, and thanks for organising this. Can everybody hear me okay? Can you understand the southern accent all right? Good. Now, before I start, are there any rhinos here today? Republicans in name only? No? Well, okay, I'm safe then. What do rhinos use for contraceptives? Their personalities. Okay. So people ask me why, as a New Zealander, I should care about the United States. Well, there's 2 reasons. The first is gratitude. My country, thank you, sir. My country was facing invasion during World War II by the Japanese. And if it hadn't been for the massive sacrifice of your fathers and uncles and grandfathers at the battles of Guadalcanal and the Coral Sea and Midway, we would have been done, folks. And the second reason is a little more selfish. Ronald Reagan had it right. This is the last best hope for mankind. If freedom should ever fail in this country, if you lose your constitution, your liberty, your economic dynamism, and your military superiority, all of which are now in for a massive trashing under the Biden, Harris, Obama, China administration, if that continues, folks, we'll soon be living in a world run out of Moscow and Beijing and Havana and Tehran. And is that the kind of world you'd like to leave to your children, folks? So this is the front line here, people. That is the front line, not just for American liberty, for world liberty. Now, I want to do a little bit of math, right? And I did math before Common Core. I can actually do percentages and I can add up. Now you think of Venezuela. Venezuela has about 30 million people. After a few years of socialism, of communism, 6 million people have left the country because they're starving. They're in refugee camps in Colombia. They're in refugee camps in Brazil. Many of them are here. They left, 20% of the country had to leave because of socialism. Well, you have a communist president in Mexico now, people. Mr. Obrador is a Marxist. And I am being told that he has got his midterm elections this year. And when those midterm elections are over and he wins, he is going to go full on Venezuela. He is going to go full on socialist Mexico. Mexico has 130 million people, folks. Where are 20% of 130 million going to go to, people? Where do you think they're heading? They are heading straight for here. What you are seeing now, horrific as it is only a trickle of what you're going to see if this is not stopped now. You know, the American communist movement, They're all pro-China now. They back the Communist Party of China. They are working with AMLO's movement, Mr. Obrador's political party, Marina. They are working to keep the borders open because when he goes full-on socialist and drives tens of millions of people to America, they see Mexico as the key to the American Communist Revolution. That is their goal, people. This is a communist revolution, and keeping the borders open is a critical part of that. Now, why do I say communist, folks? Why don't I say liberal or progressive? I say communist because it's true. You know, I've written books on this. I've been on written many articles. I write for the Epoch Times. In my 2016 movie, Enemies Within, and I hope you get a copy, I've got some over here, I say about 100 members of your House and 25 members of your US Senate are so involved with the communist movement, with radical Islam, with Cuba, with North Korea, with Iran, they couldn't pass a background check to drive a school bus in this county. But there are no background checks in Congress, folks. You have got at least 100 Marxists in your Congress now. At least 25 Marxist senators. That's a quarter of each body. Biden is a pro-Soviet Marxist. He's worked in the interests of the Soviet Union and Russia and Iran and China his entire political career. That's who he owes his allegiance to. And now you've got Kamala Harris, who's basically worked with pro-Chinese communists since she was this high. Her parents were both Marxists. She is a protege of pro-Chinese Marxists. Even her husband's law firm works with the Chinese Communist Party. She has got very deep connections to Black Lives Matter. And if you're not sure who Black Lives Matter is, it's Communist China's main front group in this country. Black Lives Matter is nothing to do with George Floyd. Black Lives Matter is run by the Freedom Road Socialist Organization and Liberation Road, two pro-Chinese communist parties. It is run out of the Chinese consulate in San Francisco, and they used the energy of these people to burn 100 of your cities last year. First of all, they spread the COVID. You know, you're at war with China. You've got to understand you're at war with Communist China now. The Chinese Communist Party is here to bring you down. President Trump put tariffs on Chinese goods back in May 2019. The Chinese Communist Party, through the Xinhua news agency, declared people's war on America. That is selling fentanyl to your kids, folks. 30,000 a year. It's deliberately spreading COVID to wreck your economy and your military budget. It's starting Black Lives Matter riots all over your country. And it is then using the energy of all these young black kids and Latino kids who think Republicans are Nazis and Trump is a fascist to start voter registration organizations in all of your key states. The Communist Chinese wrecked your economy last year. They burnt your cities with Black Lives Matter. They helped to steal your election, and now they want to bring your country completely to its knees by working with the American communists locally and the Mexican communists and the Marina political party and President AMLO. Texas has to stand firm, people. I wrote an article the other day for the Epoch Times, a New Zealander's 9 starter steps for saving America from socialism. The third step was Texas has got to join with Florida and Arkansas and Oklahoma and Missouri and all of the red states and form an alliance of free states, stretching right from the Canadian border, even from the Arctic Circle, if you bring Alaska into it, all the way to the Gulf of Mexico and the Florida Keys. You've got to join all of these states together and tell the federal government we take no unconstitutional orders from the federal government. Constitutional only. If you come after our guns, take a hike. If you're coming after our elections, stay out of our states. If you won't let us defend our own borders, we will do it ourselves. There's more than enough money in Texas to finish the border wall right across the state. There's more than enough patriots in Texas to be deputized to stand on the border and repel every illegal invader that tries to come across. You just got to get the political will to do that. You're at war, folks. What do you do when you're at war? What did you do in the last time you're at war with Mexico? You stood pretty strong, did you not? Remember the Alamo? Remember that one? Texas is the only state in the Union that was its own country before joining all the rest. I do not want Texas to secede. We need you, people. We need you. But I want Texas to join up with Florida, with South Carolina, with Louisiana, all of the free states to form an alliance opposed to the federal government. I want you to bring in the red counties of the blue states. That's 80% of America's land mass, people. That is all the buying power, because you people actually work for a living. You have businesses. You have the resources. You have the food. You have the water. Why are you bossed around by the Marxists in Washington, D.C. and Los Angeles? Why do you allow that to happen, folks? Texas has got to stand up, but don't stand alone. Work with Florida. Work with Oklahoma. Work with Arkansas. You know, recently my governor, Ron DeSantis, who's a great governor, you know, Joe Biden told him he had to shut all the restaurants in Florida. Well, Ron DeSantis says, take a hike, Mr. Biden. We're not going to do that. Well, then Biden says, well, we might have to shut down the air travel into Florida. Well, he could do that into Florida, but he could not do that to Florida and Louisiana and Mississippi and Texas and Arkansas and Oklahoma and Missouri and Ohio and Indiana and South Dakota and North Dakota and Arizona and Idaho. He couldn't do that to every free state, people. We have the strength. We have the numbers. We are the majority. Let's start acting like it, folks. Let's stand up. So I just want to say to you people, I am so proud to be on the banks of the Rio Grande, because this is the front line. You know, my country was saved, as I said, by your young men going to Europe and fighting in the Battle of the Bulge, going to the Pacific and fighting their way across the Pacific in those horrible, bloody battles. And they didn't have to do it, folks. When they did it, they saved New Zealand. They saved Australia. They saved Europe. They saved all these countries that owe them their liberty. This is the last stand, folks. But if Texas goes down, if America goes down, we are all lost. People, I'm a coward. If there was a place to run to, I'd already be there, folks. But there isn't. This is our last stand. So I'm proud to be in a state that says, come and take it. A state that fought for its liberty and secured its liberty, then voluntarily joined the great United States of America. Voluntarily joined it. Well, we need Texas more than ever, folks, because you're the linchpin of the alliance that we need to save this great republic. Texas is the linchpin. Don't leave, folks. Stay in. Fight for the Constitution. Fight for liberty. use the 10th Amendment to the absolute maximum. This is a federation of free states, folks. The federal government serves at your pleasure. You don't serve the federal government, they serve you. Well, let's stand up and actually act like that, folks. Put the federal government back in its tiny little box until we can win in 2022 and win in 2024 and restore this great republic, folks. This has got to happen. So please come and see me over there. I'm proud to be amongst you. I'm proud to be with the fighters. I'm honoured to be here. So thanks to all of you patriots. Thank you for what you do for Texas, for the United States, and for my country. God bless America. God bless Texas. And God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. Thank you so much. Wow, wasn't that amazing? Yeah. So, Women Fighting for America, we believe in freedom of speech. All speech. We don't want to silence anybody. So, next guest is from Texas. His name is Dan Miller. And he's going to talk about the Texit movement. So, without further ado, Dan.
You're welcome.
Well, well, well. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, come on now. I know it's hot. Good afternoon, everyone. Where are my Texans at? You know, it's a wonderful day to be here, right here in Texas. And it's important for me to start with that because we are here to stand as a reminder to everyone that regardless of whether the federal government or the progressives have ceded this part to Mexico, this is still Texas. We will not give it up. Not one single inch, not a foot, not a millimeter, not a piece of it. You see, our forefathers fought a battle. They fought many battles. They fought a war to make Texas free and independent. Too much blood was shed for the right of the people of Texas to call this home, to stand as a nation among nations. Even Sam Houston said after Texas was annexed into the Union, he said this: Texas will again lift its head and stand among the nations. Not a part of Texas, not a piece of Texas, but all of Texas. From Dalhart to Del Rio, from El Paso to Orange, this is our Texas. And unfortunately, we have ceded so much authority to a monstrous federal bureaucracy that has been taken over by the cancer of progressivism, that wants to drive Texas into the same column as New York and California, where borders mean nothing, where a border is nothing more than just ink on paper. But you see, you just heard Trevor get up here and talk about. That's the plan, is it not? That's what the globalists want, is it not? That's what they want. And there is a real human toll and cost for Texans. You know, we could count it in the billions of dollars of money that Texas taxpayers have to spend to account for federal ineptitude related to the border and immigration. Or we could count it in the lives lost because of their incompetence or their desire to see Texas subdued under the federal system. And I believe we all know that. We've heard from speakers today who have talked about that. But I want to talk about it in terms of a loss of something that we will never be able to reclaim, that we can never justify. And that is our sovereignty, our freedom, our independence. How many people here are fans of our governing document? Now, I'm going to assume you mean the Texas Constitution, because that's how I roll. But I'm going to tell you these words. Article 1, Section 1 of the Texas Constitution, the Bill of Rights, says that Texas is a free and independent state. And it says that the perpetuity of the Union depends on the right of local self-government unimpaired to all the states. But then it goes on to reserve the right to do something about it to us. You see, Article 1, Section 2 says these words: all political power is inherent in the people. Not the politicians, the pollsters, or the pundits, but all political power is inherent in the people. And who are we? Wait a minute. Let's try that again. Who are we? People! We are the people. The political power is inherent in us. It is an inalienable right, like the freedom of speech and the freedom of religion and the freedom of assembly. So, over the last few days, we've been treated to a parade of federal politicians and Texas politicians who are wanting to at some point seek federal office. And they've come down here to convince us that somehow the border matters to them, that they are going to fix it, that they are going to do something about it. And you know what? You know what? They've had every opportunity to make that happen. And you know what they've done? They have failed miserably. So the right that we have is for us to reclaim our right of self-government, to fulfill Sam Houston's words, to raise our head and stand among the nations again. Because let me ask you this question. Do you trust the people of Texas to secure our border, or 2.5 million unelected federal bureaucrats? Texas. So I'll leave this with you, and I'll ask you this final question because I'm getting the wrap-up signal. Luckily, I didn't get a shepherd's hook, right? But let me ask you this question. Knowing what you know right now about the border, seeing the decades of abuse and mismanagement by people like Pelosi and Schumer and the ones that came before them. If Texas was an independent nation right now, sovereign in every respect of the word, we had control of our immigration policy and our border. We had our own money. We had our own military. We had our own passports and our own embassies, and we were self-governing right now. If a vote were held to join the Union right now, would you vote to join? Well, if you wouldn't vote to join, then why in the hell would you ever vote to stay? If we're going to secure our border and fix the immigration system, then we're going to have to do it as a nation among nations. And I can tell you this, when it comes time to put money on who could solve it, for me, my money will be on the people of Texas every single solitary time. Thank you all for your time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, we have someone who I admire very much coming up next. Her name is Kimberly Fletcher. Kimberly Fletcher is a mighty warrior for this nation. She's a mama bear, and she is the founder of Women Across America. And I have been privileged to see her speak in Washington, D.C., and all of the good works that she does, not only for Moms Across America, but for this nation and for our children. She's been on the front lines at the border. She's witnessed it firsthand. As a matter of fact, she has taken over 30 mamas from across the nation a couple years ago down to the border to see what was really going on. So I'm very proud to call her my friend. Kimberly, where are you at? Right here. If you guys could give her a big round of applause, I would really appreciate that.
So I just think Christy's, hello! I said my friends! Sorry. I just think Christy is awesome for putting this together, and I just want to reiterate something that she said earlier. God calls those who he needs, and they're usually not, the people who know what the heck they're doing. So I had the same experience when I started Moms for America in 2004, and I remember asking God, why me? There are so many more people who know how to do it better, who are smarter than me, who have a better understanding of what's going on. And God just simply answered and said, yes, but they'll do it their way, and I want it done my way. And I have had to do it his way because I don't know what the heck I was doing. And so I did it on my knees. But God qualifies those who he calls. And he qualified you, Christy. And all those of you who are the nobodies, there is going to come a day that's not very far in the distant future where those nobodies are going to be the massive major somebodies that everybody's turning to find out what the heck is liberty, how do we preserve it, and how do we live it. And we need to be those ones who are doing it. So anytime I saw something as the president of a national organization of moms that I didn't really understand was going on, what is the truth of what's happening, I realized pretty early on in our organization that the media isn't going to give you the truth, because I really and truly thought that when Moms for America was founded, the media was all going to start paying attention to me and saying, oh, we didn't know there was another opinion. Well, what do you say about this? And get both sides of the story. And I thought the elected officials would say, oh, well, come into our office because we want to hear what you have to say. And I very quickly realized that they don't care. They have a specific agenda, and that agenda is self-survival. There should never be anything, these two words, should never be combined together. Political career. It is a service that they do for us. So in the course of the last 16 years since this organization has been around, almost 17 years, I have learned a lot. And God has put in my path the people that I needed to see, the experiences that I needed to have to be able to stand up and without a doubt tell you that the solution to every problem facing our country is very simple. It starts in the home with the family and getting back to the principles that we're founded on. Teach those things in your home. You moms, you grandmas, you literally are the last best hope of America. And standing together with our men, our husbands, our sons, we will have a major impact on this country. But right now, we're under real siege from the border. That's what it really looks like. When foreign nationals are coming across the country and being welcomed by people in our own country, being funded. You don't think that they went and made those t-shirts, right? That said, Mr. Biden, please let us in. Those were American attorneys, American organizations that helped them get here. I've seen the books. They have little booklets and pamphlets that tell them exactly what to say, what routes to take, and they are in danger the whole entire way. I know this because, as Christy said, I was on the border. Back in 2009, I took my first trip to Nogales, Arizona. I was blown away. I had no idea what was going on. And those of you who've lived it and know it, you know. And so for us to just come in and say, this is what's happening, you're probably frustrated because we're here all the time fighting it. But let me tell you what, we need to stand together because this is only the first checkpoint. They're coming to our neighborhoods. Back in 2018, I'll get to 2009 in a minute, but back in 2018, we visited the border again. And I remember when I was telling our marketing team about what we were planning on doing, one of the moms said, oh my gosh, I'm like a poster child for your whole entire campaign. And I said, what do you mean? She lives in Alexandria, Virginia. And a few years ago, she had to leave her house in great fear for her life in the middle of the night in her pajamas because an illegal alien was hacking through her front door with a hatchet. So if you think it stops here, it stays here, you're wrong. And you all need to know about that. Every single person watching this, I'm going to tell you what's really going on because the media will not tell you. And we'll see if Facebook continues to let me live stream. Okay, 2009, what I saw, I stayed with a man who lived on his property, his whole entire ranch was on the border of the Arizona border with Mexico. And I remember waking up the first morning after I got there, and coming in, he was making bacon, smelled really good. I came in, and all heck is breaking loose. He's got this radio, which apparently a lot of the ranchers have, to keep track of the traffic, to know whether or not the traffickers are coming through their property. And he came out and he said, it's happening right now. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He said, it's happening, go on the front porch. And so I walk out on the front porch, and oh my gosh, there are 3 vans that are coming across his property, right by his house.
Dust is flying all over the place. 2 Border Patrol vans are going right behind him, and they come up over the hill right in front of his house. And it was obviously a drug run. The drugs were still in the vehicles. The cartels abandoned, or the drivers, it's not the cartels who lead these things that do all these dangerous acts. They left the vehicles, they ran up over the hill, and the Border Patrol is chasing up over the hill with guns blazing, and I'm watching all of this in this man's front yard. The next day, I went to the border with a man and a woman during the day, and we went through the Arizona desert, and I saw mountains upon mountains of trash. Water bottles, coats, clothes, backpacks, you name it. I mean, I'm talking 10 feet high in some places. I mean, for all those who are talking about the river and how we need to protect the river, where are you? Okay? We need a major trash cleanup. Scott Pressler, my friend out there, let's go do a trash cleanup in Arizona desert. I'll help you. Then that night, I went back to the border, at the same location, and we had to go with 3 other men packing because it's very unsafe to go through that area at night. And we were down inside a ravine, and they told me as soon as the rustling started, they said, "Don't make a sound. If they know you're here, they will shoot you." I just couldn't believe this, everything that I was seeing. And then the next evening, I'm having dinner at someone's house in not even on the border. She was in a city north of the border, and I'm in Tucson, and I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden the rustling starts in her own backyard, and she said, "There they are, I'm coming through." So, and you have no idea. Okay, so that was 2009. Push it forward 9 years. 2018, when a caravan of men were coming to the southern border, I took a caravan of moms to the southern border, 32 moms. And they came from all over the country because we wanted to see for ourselves what is going on. We brought a security detail. One of them was a beret, so that was a former beret, so we felt pretty safe. And we had everything organized to where we were going to be because we were only going to be there one day. We got in on Saturday between 3 and 5. We had dinner that night because when we got there, we brought these moms to meet with the moms who were on the border. And we had arranged, there were about 12 or 14 moms who came to meet us who lived on the border. And we had dinner with them so we could get to know them. While we're sitting there having dinner that night, one of the moms, she starts looking at her phone, it starts buzzing. And we're like, "It's okay, take the call." And she goes, "Oh, it's not a call, I'm checking my security camera." The illegals were crossing through her property, and she needed to see if she was going to be safe when she went home. We're like, "What?" So the next day, in the morning, we did interviews with the moms who came down and the moms who were there. And we got a lot of interviews, which you can get on our YouTube channel. Just look for the border videos. They're all there. Interviews from people who live here and deal with this every day. And what I learned from hearing the stories of these moms is that the greatest travesty of this whole entire crisis that we have at the border, well, one, that it was pretty much over last year, and two, women and children have become the greatest victims on both sides of the border of having an open border policy. We have literally, as a government, the current administration, Joe Biden and everybody who's supporting this, every Democrat who's supporting this, has become complicit, not only complicit, but encouraging cartels to do human trafficking, drug trafficking. So here's some of the things that I learned in 2018 and since. If you don't know what the labels are, the little wristbands that the earlier mom was talking about, that's how the cartels label the people who are coming across so that they get filed into the right silo of servitude, whatever that's going to be. People who come over here illegally never get to live the American dream. They're always in hiding. I've talked to many of them. That means that they get to be taken advantage of by businesses and corporations who don't want to pay the benefits or the money, a salary that they should be paying. And they threaten them to report them if they have any complaints. I've talked to these families. I know who they are. I know how they're living. And it's not right. We don't even give them the opportunity for the American dream. And then it's the children and the mothers. The children who are tattooed, literally tattooed. Every time they talk about unaccompanied minors, I'm like, why are you not talking about what they really are? They are trafficked children by cartels who tattoo them so that they can be part of fake families so they can more easily get into the United States of America. And how many tattoos they have tells you how many times they've been, quote, recycled into fake families. Those children are abused, neglected, and molested in many cases as they come across the border. And then they're put in these centers where what are they going to do but act on what they've learned with the other children? This is what's going on, folks. If you really care about the children, if you really care about women, then you're going to pay attention to this. And mothers should. Then there's the rape trees, which I saw myself in Nogales. I remember asking my guide, why are there underwear and bras hanging from the tree? And he said, that's the trophy tree. Because when the women come across, they know that's just the rite of passage. That's part of the pay. And mothers are telling their children, their daughters, before they leave, make sure you take birth control so you don't get pregnant along the way when you're raped. This is what's going on. We are allowing this to happen. There is an amazing quote that we need to really think about as mothers. I want to talk to you mothers specifically right now. You're all out there, I know you are. Matthew Vassar, when he started Vassar Women's College, he said he did so because he realized that the mothers of a country mold its citizens, determine its institutions, and shape its destiny. We can no longer pretend this isn't going on, moms. We need to stand up and unite across the country and say, as mothers, we are not going to tolerate this inhumane behavior. We are the ones that determine the level of decency, civility, and humanity. It's time to raise that bar. Close that border to anyone who is coming across for nefarious reasons. And if you are not coming across legally, that's you. And even if you aren't planning on coming over here, if you think you're coming over for the American dream, you'll never live it. And if you have broken the law once to get here, why would you not break the law again to protect yourself so you can stay here? We need to really be thinking about these things because these children and these mothers, they truly are the biggest victims. And we have got to stop these cartels in their tracks and tell those in our government, if you allow this to continue to happen, you are allowing human trafficking. You are promoting human trafficking. You are promoting mothers and children to be harmed, to be raped, to be molested, to be kidnapped. You are doing this. So stop talking about your humanity. You don't have it when you allow that to happen. And let me leave you with this. For those of you who don't know history, let me tell you what happened before when people were silent and pretended that it wasn't going on because they didn't want to know. In World War II, the people who lived in the rural communities of Germany, in between the cities and the death camps, where the trains would run through, they heard the cries of the people from the trains. And when the trains came through, they turned up their radios so they didn't have to hear the cries and the screams from the trains. I have talked to these mothers. I have seen these children. I know personally what they have been through. You are allowing this to happen when you turn your head. When those trains go by and you turn on your music and you think, how could they possibly do that? When you allow it to happen, you're turning up the music and you're allowing these women, these children, these families to be hurt, to be harmed, to be taken advantage of. And the last thing I want to leave you with is a phone call. If you didn't hear it, it was the 911 phone call from a man inside a truck. He had no idea where he was. He was in a truck with several other people, a mother who was crying with her children in the background. We're inside a truck. We don't know where we are. They left us here. We're dying. The cartels don't care about these people. And if the American government, as it stands today, is going to allow those cartels to treat people that way, if they are going to create a business where the most vile, disgusting, despicable people on the earth have a major billion-dollar business and using children and women to make their money, then we have a very serious problem in this country. Do not allow them to continue to do this. If you think you can't make a difference, you can. Flood the phone lines of these members of Congress, of the president, call every media outlet, post it on your Facebook page. And one last call to action. If you're sick and tired of the media not telling the truth, and can I just say thank you, Epoch Times and Voice of America and all your other media outlets for being here. God bless you. We need you. We need more like you. But if you're tired of being shut out from social media, the cancel culture, you can't ask questions, you can't get truth about the border, if you're tired of all of those things, I'm going to make a public announcement right here a little bit sooner than I had intended. On July 4th, Moms for America is spearheading a mass exodus from big tech. We are declaring our independence from tyranny, oppression, and big tech bullies. And that message isn't just going to go to big tech. It's going to go to everyone else in the cabal who supports them. They've all been named in Time magazine. You know who they are. And it'll be a powerful message when every single American, freedom-loving American, dumps their big tech accounts on July 4th in one day. That will be a powerful message. And now you have places to go. One of those places is find.com. It's coming around the corner. Keep your eyes on it. There are other places right now. We not only have something to walk away from, we have something to walk to. You are now empowered. Use your voice, stand up, spread the word. Because we are not going, no one's going to come save us. We are the ones we've been waiting for. So stand up, speak out. Because the whole entire nation is counting on you. God bless you. They're doing some stuff over there getting ready, so I just want to do something I totally forgot to do, and I want to make sure I do this. Onita, can you come up here? There are people here who live here all the time. When we came down to the border in 2018, this amazing mom right here is one of the ladies that I met. She deals with what's going on the border every single day. She lives in fear every single day because of where she lives. She's right on the border. And the stories that she told us and the people that we met down there literally changed my life, just like Christy's life was changed when she met these people. So I just want you to remember that they're here and they're fighting, and we need to stand together wherever we are and realize that this is a battle for freedom. And Trevor's right. This is the battle line right now. We need to protect our borders and our sovereignty. Thank you for everything you do, Anita.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Anita. Thank you, Anita. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Hey guys, I just want to apologize for something. There was some miscommunication about one of our speakers, and they're with the Texit movement, and so they were promised a little bit more time, and I know we've had to juggle some schedules a little bit, so I apologize for not being able to give you a little bit more time. But if you would like to come back up in a little while to speak, we would be more than happy to have you. Without further ado, I was able to yesterday. So Ben is with America's Voice, and I went out with Ben and the Epic Times yesterday, and we were on the Rio Grande. Actually, we got a boat, we went out there, and we actually interacted with true actual drug cartels. They were actually signaling us. It was an eye-opener to see how the drug cartels operate in this area. We were down in McAllen, Texas. It is a hotbed, and that's putting it mildly. The drug cartels utilize the banks of the river, and they have coyotes and spotters all up and down the river. We witnessed a box truck come in, and they call them French fries. And the reason why they call them French fries is because the illegals, they smuggle them into these box trucks, and they stand stacked. There were over 30 plus illegals inside this, women and children and babies, in a hot, closed-in box truck. Imagine that. They had to pay upwards of anywhere from $4,000 up to $10,000 for passage. And that's not just coming in through Mexico. Every border or every country that they had to come through, there's a price to pay. Whether it's being raped or whether it's having to pay a financial toll to come. So we're exploiting these individuals. They were very upset that we were there. So about 20 minutes into us being there and filming and photographing this staging area, apparently somebody got on the phone and called the drug cartels because we were interrupting their financial operation. Here comes this airboat filled with guys in military uniforms. They were securing the area. But what I found, what was really interesting, and Ben's been on the front lines. He was there with us. He's got a lot of great footage. In a little bit, we're going to bring the big screen up, and we're going to show you some of this footage that we've captured. Just on that same banks of the river, a dead man's body was found, and the drug cartels were like, "Get away, get away." That's what's going on every day at the borders. So the drug cartel started flashing us, our guide, with this like mirror light and signaling us basically. And we were like, what in the world are they signaling? So are they upset us? What's getting ready to go down here? So we got in our boat, we got a little closer, and our driver and our guide started speaking to them in Spanish back and forth. And what was transpired and what was said shocked me to my core. You see, before this administration took over, this would never have happened. But what they said to us was, hey, basically we've got these illegals that have now paid us. We're going to bring them over the border. We're going to do a crossing here real soon. Can you call the Border Patrol agents and have them pick them up? So basically our Border Patrol, which now we affectionately are calling them Uber Patrol, literally drove them. I think there was 5 or 6 Border Patrol agents with the vans. They come showing up 30 minutes later, like clockwork. Drug cartels gave them safe passage across. Border Patrol agents on our side, picking them up. That should shock every single American. We are literally funding and empowering the drug cartels. Ben, I'm going to bring you up now so you can talk. I love this guy. He's a patriot. He's on the front lines every day like we are, women fighting for America.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you to my wingman, Will Johnson, over here, United America First, along the ride with us, and Conservative Anthony and my boy Blue back in Texas or in Tijuana. So we've been doing this, traveling the country from border to border. We've been down in Mexico, been down in Guatemala. And the biggest frustration, and to my girl Charlotte out there, Epic Times, to all of the real media that's here that is actually telling the story. It's an honor to be a part of that. The reason I do what I do a show called Frontline America. Started that because I was sick of nobody telling the story. I was sick of the evil left getting away with their evil and people sitting around saying that this is not a big deal. I come from California, the communist state of California, and I got to tell you, evil is real and it is growing in our country, and if we don't stand up and stop it, it will destroy our country. We are this close. President Trump was a reprieve. We had a window, a 4-year window of reprieve with President Trump. And you wonder why COVID hit. The China virus hit right when it hit. It was all timing. Actually, Will and I were sitting, and I'm gonna kind of go off on a little segue here. I'll bring it back, I promise. It's all connected is the bottom line. If you're taking notes, it's all connected. That's it. It's all connected. We were sitting in the Senate chambers as President Trump was exonerated in the first impeachment coup attempt with quid pro Joe. We were sitting in there, and I was sitting there thinking, and I remember, what's the guy on HBO? What's that terrible guy who does this show? Bill Maher. Bill Maher, is that right? A guy I don't watch. Bill Maher, yeah. He said a couple weeks earlier, the only way that Democrats could win is if the economy crumbled, if the economy failed. And I was sitting in the impeachment hearings in the sham, and I was thinking, what the hell are they going to do next? What could they possibly do Everything has failed. It's been 4 years, 3 years at that point, of failed coup attempts. From Stormy Daniels to Quid Pro Joe to the Russia collusion hoax and all of it. All of these people attacking President Trump based on lies, ignoring the real tragedies, ignoring the real crimes with what Obama and Biden and Clinton did with Benghazi and Fast and Furious. The fact that we had a Border Patrol agent that was killed by guns from America that were sent there by Obama. All of this stuff. They ignored all that, but then they made up lies against President Trump. And I was like, what's next? And literally that next week is when I started hearing about COVID and the China virus and all of this. And immediately I thought, okay, well, America isn't this stupid, right? We're not this dumb. We're not going to take this bait. And within weeks, I come back. I was actually in Mexico. I was in Tapachula, Mexico with my brother Anthony over here in blue. And we were making fun of it. We were taking toilet paper and wrapping it around our face. Like, come on, people aren't this dumb. We're not like China. We're not going to walk around with diapers on our face. We're not going to do that, are we, America? And weeks later, I came back and all of a sudden it started happening. And a year later, we're still living in this state of fear. While we have illegal aliens coming across our border with COVID being shipped into our state and into our country, being sent, we got Border Patrol came to me when we were in McAllen, and I said, what's the one thing that people don't know yet? What's one thing you could tell me off the record, because they can't say it out loud because of political retribution, they'll lose their job. And he pulled me aside and he told me the hotel where they were sending illegals with COVID and letting them in the hotel and then just letting them go. And so we went to that hotel. The hotel was completely booked, but only 4 cars in the parking lot. This hotel had been filled with illegal aliens. While you were being told your business, it's not safe for you to go out and go into these stores. In fact, I came to Laredo. Thank God for Texas. Laredo was the only city where I had somebody not let me shop because I wouldn't wear a mask. Every other city, they didn't care. God bless them. When I'm in California, it's like a concentration camp. You go around, you go to Oakland, you go to San Francisco, LA. These people are walking zombies. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, wait a second. These people want us to believe that they care about our health and our safety. But yet right here, right along the banks, we have cartel coyotes stationed right now. Right now, the cartels own that land. They control that land. Every square foot of real estate on the Mexico side of this border is controlled by the cartels. And much of the real estate on this side of the border is controlled by them as well. People don't realize that. The corruption has impacted Mexico, but it's also impacted America. Many politicians here are on the take from the same cartels that have corrupted Mexico. And they want to tell us that they care about us. They're trying to tell you, America, because lying fake news CNN and propaganda media and MSNBC and worthless rags like the Daily Beast are out there pushing this garbage. And Telemundo and Univision and all of them, other than a few of us, Real America's Voice News, Epic Times, Breitbart, and a few others that are actually standing up, telling the truth. Right Side Broadcasting, I believe, is here too. Shout out to the networks that are actually out there. They're telling you that they're compassionate with what they're doing on the border. As I have angel mom, Sabine Durden here, and angel parents all over our country whose children have been killed by people that they let in. And I have a governor in California who's now being recalled, thank God. It's up to California voters to actually get rid of him, who should have never been sworn in the first place. He broke his oath multiple times before he became governor, protecting illegal aliens at your expense, at citizens' expense, and at legal immigrants' expense. I get called an anti-immigrant. I get called a racist. I get called, my brother Will Johnson, who's black, gets called a white supremacist when I'm standing next to him by these same liars. My wife is an immigrant. She escaped communist Laos. Her family escaped communist Laos to come here. They had to be sponsored. They love this country. I was standing with her when she raised her hand and swore citizenship, allegiance to this country. And they have the nerve to tell me that I don't care about this country, that I don't care about the people that are coming in. I care so much that we dedicate our lives to this fight, that we're down here exposing what they're covering up. And so many of you who came here legally, escaping what's down there, escaping what's in Central America, escaping the despots around the world to the shining light that Ronald Reagan called this nation. We are a city on a hill because of our values, because of our God-given rights, and because of those who came before us and shed their blood, and so many veterans that are still fighting for this country. And the Border Patrol agents that came up to me with tears in his eyes and said, I got a Purple Heart for this country. And now I'm having to let people in. I'm breaking my oath, basically, because of this fraudulent administration. The world deserves better than what they're getting from America right now. The citizens deserve better than what they're getting from America right now. We have representatives in office who should be in prison, not in office right now. This battle, guys, we had a reprieve 4 years with President Trump. But we are quickly heading to the point of no return. And if America goes, the world goes. That is why people have come here. We lived in Africa. My parents were missionaries in Africa for 10 years. You want to talk about desperation. You want to talk about poverty. America doesn't know what poverty is. We don't understand it. All you have to do, you don't have to go to Africa to find it, although you can. All you have to do is go across the border. You go into these places, third world countries, and you see what real poverty is. The solution is not to import. I'm going to steal a line from my brother over here, Anthony. The solution is not to import the third world into America to fix the third world. We fix it by being the example of what a first world country is, by being an example of what freedom is, by being an example of what liberty is. And then we help them make their countries great. What the Democrats and the left are trying to do in this country is destroy it, pure and simple. They are pretending that they care, but they are actively working to destroy this. Them to be. All of these things. That America was a terrible country to begin with. I mean, I have these people chanting this garbage. America was never great. They chant that in California. I go out to these things. This is what is being taught. It's not just on our border. It's not just these politicians in D.C. It's in our schools. It's in our courts. It's in our media. It's even in fake churches. It's in our courts. It's in our media. It's even in fake churches. And the churches that are protecting people as they come across. The same churches that say abortion is okay and that are pushing for every sort of sexual depravity. It's all connected. Every bit of what we're facing. And my brother, Trevor Louden, who's in the back, guys, if you don't follow Trevor Louden, you need to. These people are not for America. They are communists who are trying to destroy this country, and we have let them. Every time we accept the premise that what happened on January 6th is outrageous, but ignoring BLM and Antifa burning down our country for 4 years and giving stitches to people for simply wanting to have a conversation. Every time we ignore that and we're silent and we let them silence us, we give a little bit more of our country away. It is up to this generation. Every generation has this fight. It is our time. It is your time. It is every single person, whether you're standing here with us today or you're watching this at home. It is your duty to stand up to defend this country. If you don't do it, you do not deserve this country. To our representatives out there and our so-called representatives, if you're watching this, you owe no allegiance to any foreign nation. You owe no allegiance to any foreign national. You owe no allegiance to anyone other than the citizens and the Constitution of this nation. And if you give allegiance to anyone else, you need to be removed from office. That's pretty much all I got for you. If you want to see the videos, go to frontlineamerica.com. You can see them there. We're posting them everywhere. Follow us on Real America's Voice News. Do me a favor, pull out your phone, download the app, America's Voice. You just type it in there. You can get it there. I report for War Room and Steve Bannon. Standing against the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, everything, guys, it's all tied together. It's all connected. It's all connected. Will, did I forget anything? Anthony, did I forget anything? Yeah, a couple things. Stop the silencing. Stop the censorship. United America First, guys, the same people that they say deserve a voice, they're silencing. They just shut down my brother's account. It's out of control, guys, but it's all connected. It is up to you to fight back against it. I've seen it all. Everyone's repeating the same thing. I don't want to be a broken record, but I've seen it all. I've seen the condoms and the lube and the children's clothing as these children are being raped as they're brought up. I've seen the children being brought across and Border Patrol telling me that a minimum of 1/3 of these children do not belong with the adults that are coming across. But they can't, and I say a minimum, how do you know? Where's that number come from? They said that's a minimum. We believe it's much higher, but we can't even do the biometrics testing because the ACLU has sued us and won't let us. The organizations, there are so many of them within our own country. Organizations like El Otro Lado, who are down in Mexico. They're founded in LA. They have a headquarters in LA, but they have people in Mexico and Central America training people on how to undermine our system. Basically working with the cartels, because anybody who supports open borders is simply supporting the cartels. Groups like Pueblo Sin Fronteras and Central Sin Fronteras and the United Nations, who are actively working to undermine our borders. All of these people need to be held accountable. All of these groups need to be held accountable. And the only way that happens is if the truth gets out there. So we're going to continue to tell the truth. We're going to continue to take the videos and go out there and show the truth. We're not just talking about it. That's why I go. I take my camera and I show you. So you can't say it's a lie. I just show you. Like when we were coming up here, last thing. Everyone says last thing and they say it like 10 times. This is the last thing, I think. We're coming up here. We just drove through Zapata to get here this morning. And as we're driving, we see a helicopter circling. We're driving on the 83. We see a helicopter circling. We stop the car. We get out. I talk to Border Patrol. They say they got a group coming through. As we're driving from Zapata to Laredo, 6 men from Mexico get captured and brought out onto the highway. The fake news media says this isn't happening. They tell you that this isn't. They tell you to believe what they tell you, but don't believe what you see with your own eyes. Just like all of this, boys are girls and girls are boys and all of this. If they can convince you to believe a lie, any lie, they can convince you to believe any lie. And that is what they are doing to our country. Do not accept the premise. 2 things we have to avoid: division and distraction. I see it too often. Our Achilles heel on the conservative side is we worry too much about who gets the credit. Stop worrying about that. If somebody doesn't like what you're doing, screw them. Move on and keep doing what you're called to do. As Christ-like as I can say it, screw them. We each have a calling in life. Do what you are called to do. Stay focused on that mission. Avoid division and avoid distraction. But it's time for us to unite, not like the Democrats want us to unite, not uniting under lies, uniting under truth. Don't worry about who gets the credit and keep moving forward. God bless you guys.
Ben, you're one of my favorite guys. You know that. He says everything I always want to say. So we have another speaker coming up, and you guys are just getting a fill of awesomeness, are you not? These are people who all know what's going on because we've all seen it. So that's really important to remember. And one of those people is Stuart Rhodes. If you are familiar with Oath Keepers, he's been around a lot of places where I kind of float in the same circles. And Oath Keepers gets a bad rap, but let me tell you who Oath Keepers are. These are people, these are real patriots who get what the Constitution is and want to make sure that that Constitution is protected. So if you're looking for the front line of defense against the communists, I'd say that the reason why the media hates Oath Keepers is because they're standing in their way.
Thank you. Yeah, hey, I wanted to say that Ben, whenever I see Ben, I'm always like, hey man, usual suspects. Will Johnson, same thing. We always see the same guys in the action. These guys are fearless. So these are the real media. As she said, the media in this country, it's like Pravda. I had a journalist recently write me and ask for an interview. I said, why would I want to talk to you? That's like Alexander Solzhenitsyn talking to Pravda. It makes no sense. So I want to say a few things while I still can before they send me off to a gulag.
As the prior speakers have said, Trevor, Louden, Ben, everybody has said the same thing. We are facing a communist overthrow of our nation. And this is a fact. It's very much like what the founding fathers faced. They were dealing with a foreign power, the king and parliament, they had no control over, no representation, who were ruling over them through domestic puppets. Those are the royal governors picked by the foreign power. Does that sound familiar? And they're also dealing with a multinational corporation called the East India Company. A direct parallel what you're facing now. You now have a foreign power, the Chinese and the globalists, who have illegitimately installed their puppet, the Chi-Com puppet Biden, through a stolen election. And I will keep saying that. They're trying to force us to bend the knee and stop talking about what we saw. We all saw in front of our face a banana republic farce of an election. And the liberals used to have a saying called speaking truth to power. Well, I'm going to speak truth to the supposed power in D.C. and call Biden what he is, an illegitimate imposter. He is the imposter in chief. He's not the president of the United States. Trump is still, to this day, the duly elected president, and I wish he would claim that position and that authority. We're here at the border. Oath keepers have been on the border throughout our existence. We've had guys on the border and gals on the border from California all the way to Texas. Myself, down in Eagle Pass, I was there leading an operation 2 years ago. We've been on the border. We've seen what's going on. As Ben said, the cartels are taking over both sides. This is cartel territory when it comes right down to it. It's no longer U.S. territory, nor is that Mexican territory. That's a failed narco state. As Oath Keepers, myself, I was a paratrooper in the Army. I also graduated from Yale Law School. So I used my legal talents. I said, look, President Trump, we urged him to deploy the military on the border just like was done after the raid across the border by, what was his name again? Forgot his name. Pancho Villa. He raided across the border and killed Americans. President Wilson sent the army across the border into Mexico. And he also fortified the forts along the border. The border used to be protected by the U.S. military. There was no border patrol. It was U.S. military forts. So we said, President Trump, you have every authority and every duty to use the military on the border to secure the border. And if you need to, since that is a failed state over there, since the narcos control 70 miles deep or 100 miles deep into Mexico, you also have the authority to wage war on the cartels because they are foreign military enemies. They've killed Americans. Look at the settlement of Mormons who were wiped out. Women and children were killed a couple of years ago. That was his opportunity to use that tragedy to do what needs to be done to protect the children that are being trafficked across this border for sex trade. It is a humanitarian crisis. And as prior speakers pointed out, the left does not care about the children and the women who are being raped and sex trafficked because they benefit. Some of them directly benefit from the cartels with money in their pockets. Others benefit by the destruction of our country to further their communist revolution. They don't mind breaking some eggs and making an omelet. They don't mind killing millions. That's their history. So I want to tell you right now, my message to all the Trump supporters out there is you must stand up now, and you must come together now. Do not cower in fear. I see too much fear among Trump supporters running and hiding, hoping the FBI won't knock on their door. That's what they want you to do. You need to stand up united and tell them you are not afraid to speak out. You will continue to speak out. You won't be silenced. I may go to jail soon, not for anything I actually did, but for made-up crimes. There are some Oath Keepers right now, along with Proud Boys and other patriots who are in D.C., who are sitting in jail, denied bail, despite the supposed right to a jury trial before you're being found guilty and presumption of innocence. They're denied bail because the powers that be don't like their political views. You need to understand that you are the real targets. We are the canaries in the coal mine. I am proud to be a co-defendant in a lawsuit by the bad guys against President Trump, Rudy Giuliani, Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. They are trying to allege that we all somehow conspired to carry out an insurrection at the Capitol with no guns. Totally absurd. All my guys are military and law enforcement. If we actually intended to take over the Capitol, we'd have taken it. We'd have brought guns. That's not why we were there that day. We were there to protect Trump supporters from Antifa. And that's why my guys are wearing helmets and body armors and goggles, because Antifa is to stab people, throw stuff in your eyes, and hit you in the head with hard objects. And we protected Trump supporters, 12 Trump rallies across the country, and then multiple stop-to-steal events. The 2 prior ones in November and December, the one in Atlanta, we were always there doing VIP security for speakers, including General Flynn and Ollie Alexander and Alex Jones, and who else was there? Roger Stone, that's right. So that's what we were doing, and protecting rank-and-file Trump supporters. So just understand that you're facing a persecution campaign of your defenders. As she was saying when she introduced me, they're trying to get rid of the ones that stand in the way. We defend you. They're trying to get rid of us so they can get to you, so Antifa has free reign. What they don't know, though, is all we are is the very visible tip of an iceberg. They don't understand that below the surface, there's a great mass of other patriots, other veterans, and current serving who feel exactly the same way, and they will never find out who they are until it's too late. Hooah! I'm sorry. Next speaker, I want to introduce Kelly Sorrell. Kelly is a patriot lawyer here from Texas. She served on the border here as a prosecutor for 9 years? 8 years on the border here as a prosecutor. She was with the Lawyers for Trump in Michigan and witnessed the theft of the election firsthand, was a whistleblower. So I want to, she's also general counsel for Oath Keepers. Here's Kelly Sorrell. Sorry about that, buddy.
Okay, I'm just coming up here because I'm going to just follow up on a few things that Stuart said. So I was actually here on the border from 2010 to about 2018. I was actually on the other end, and I just knocked their stuff over too. But in my role at the DA's office in Cameron County, I had an opportunity to work with the feds. I don't know how to... There, okay. I had an opportunity to work with the feds on some trafficking task force. On the state side, I would make sure that the kids were, if they had family connections here in the States, we'd make sure that they were placed with their siblings or cousins that, you know, to keep them out of the kids in cages thing. Which, by the way, I was notably on the border during the Obama administration, so I loved how they smeared Trump for that. But anyway, long story short, while working on those cases, you would find... defendants, we'd get victims in that could ID who had purchased them in foreign countries, and we would have to put together a packet on the defendant with the evidence and send it up to the DOJ. And when the DOJ got the case, they would do what they would call deconfliction on it. And that would tell us whether or not we could proceed on the case or whether or not that case was rejected. Most of the time those cases were rejected because those people were actually assets or in good graces with the federal government so that we wouldn't touch them. So that just kind of lets you know that a lot of these people that are working across this border have ties with our elected officials, or at least the ones that are in the agencies. When I was in Michigan in November, I had a great opportunity to meet what we call a lot of white hats. They would be the military intelligence or the former three-letter word agencies that had retired or left their job and were still working on intelligence for government, and they're being rounded up too now, so we're losing that aspect of everything. We don't have they're getting charged with, I don't even know yet, we're still trying to figure that out, but they're getting picked up right now. And as far as Oath Keepers, we have guys that are like, it's just really messed up that our government will prosecute people who were exercising their First Amendment and were not there to harm anyone, and that evidence is clear. There was no property damage, there was no violence. They were actually there assisting law enforcement, which they won't admit. their text messages and communications are all being taken out of context, and they're being held as political prisoners without bond. And it's just ridiculous. It's insane. These guys served our country. But by golly, you know, here we have people that are trafficking kids and we won't even touch their criminal case. And so everybody in this country should be concerned with how upside down and backwards this whole situation is. And just for the record, I do also represent Latinos for Trump. I think they're floating around here. And blacks for Trump. And yeah, I've just kind of gotten all into the Patriot movement this year. So anyway, thank you.
All right, that's I love it, because there are people here I'm meeting that I didn't know before, and as I said previously, I didn't know who Trevor Louden was until 2 weeks ago, and now I've got him plastered everywhere. So I'm meeting some really amazing people, and that's the great thing about these events is we get to connect, which means I get to introduce you to another really great person that I just met this morning, and his name is Sayet. And if you guys don't know who he is, you should. He is a leading political thought leader of our time. And anything that he writes, obviously, is good to listen to because he's written 4 speeches for President Trump. He also has a new book out, The Woke Supremacy. And as I'm sitting here looking at it, I'm like, I need a copy. So, Evan, wherever I get this, I need one of those. So please welcome Evan Sayet.
Thank you. What an honor, what a pleasure it is to be with you guys. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be with patriots, people who love America. You know, we are at war. I'm not the first person to be saying that this afternoon. But in war, you need to know who your enemy is. And the first thing you need to know about the political left is that everything they claim about us is true about them. We are not a racist movement. We are the opposite of a racist movement. We are a nationalist movement. What a nationalist believes is that all rights, privileges, and protections of society belong equally to every citizen of that nation. It's the very opposite of racism. On the other hand, the Democrats, the woke, do not even deny the fact that race is critical to the theories behind their policies. And race has always been critical to the theory behind Democratic Party policies. Race was critical to the theory behind the Democratic Party policy of slavery. Race was critical to the Democratic Party theory behind the party policy of Indian removal. That was a Democratic Party policy where race was critical. Race was critical to the theory behind the Democratic Party policy of interning the Japanese. And race remains critical to the theory behind Democratic Party policy today. Nothing has changed in the Democratic Party. And in fact, they claim that everything changed in the 1960s. They do not deny that they were the racist party, the party of slavery, the party of Jim Crow, but supposedly everything changed one day in 1968. It is a ludicrous notion that the parties flip-flopped. How does that even happen? You wake up in the morning, you say, I'm a Republican, the next day you're a Democrat? It is a ludicrous notion that can only be bought into by people who have been indoctrinated into the lies of the woke supremacy. Here's what really happened in 1968 and then about. The founders of the woke supremacy, we called them when I was young, the radicals of the 1960s. They were the founders of the woke supremacy, and they made no bones about the fact they wanted to destroy America. They were terrorists and murderers. They kidnapped people. They raped people. They were bloodthirsty people like William Ayers. And in fact, William Ayers' wife, Bernadine Dorn, those are the co-founders of the terror group, the Weather Underground. And Bernadine Dorn walked up to a bank of microphones and she said, "Hi, I'm Bernadine Dorn, and I'm going to read to you a declaration of war." Nothing changed from then till now. They are still at war against America. The only thing that changed was they lost their revolution in the 60s. They couldn't find anybody to join their revolution in the 60s. But do you know why the terrorists, the woke supremacists, the founding fathers of the woke supremacy joined the Democratic Party? Why didn't they join with the Party of Abolition? Why didn't they join with the Party of Women's Suffrage? Why didn't they join the party of the then recent 1957 Civil Rights Act? Why did they join the party of Jim Crow and segregation? George Wallace and Bull County, you know why? Because race was critical to the theory behind segregation. Race was critical to the theory behind Jim Crow, and race is critical to the theory behind the woke supremacy. Proof of the pudding, because they like to take credit for the civil rights advances that we led. They claim that they were responsible for the civil rights advances of the 60s and 70s. Well, you know what? When the civil rights movement split into two, one led by the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and the other led by a man who chose to call himself Malcolm X. The woke supremacists did not join with the nationalist King, Dr. King, who did not want to break up this nation, who did not want to destroy this nation. He wanted this nation to better live up to our creed. Fair enough, and we have. But they didn't join with the man who wanted equal rights. They joined with the racist separatist, the black separatist Malcolm X, because race was critical to the theory behind Malcolm X's movement. Race was irrelevant to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. That was the nationalist movement. That was the Christian movement. That was the peaceful movement. And today they still side with Malcolm X. They are Muslim in spirit. They are violent in action, and they are anti-American in their purpose. Martin Luther King was Christian in spirit, peaceful in action, and pro-American in his objective. Nothing has changed between the Democratic Party from the start except which race they target for expediency. And the reason, I mean, how can these people say that they hated George Wallace? Why would they didn't care. They didn't care because the one thing that mattered to them, it didn't matter to them whether George Wallace made whites hate blacks or Malcolm X made blacks hate whites, so long as Americans hated each other. And it's the same policy they are implementing today. They don't believe we're white supremacists. They just want there to be a race war. They want to pit us against each other because they've declared war. You know, William Ayers, whose biography, there's a book called 60s Radicals, Where Are They Now? And in the lead up to the interview with William Ayers, in this hagiographic, a very friendly interview, they start out by describing what Ayers had been doing the previous 10 years. He had been on the lam, issuing communiques, setting off bombs, and seeking to foment a revolution. Even more recently, William Ayers was asked in an interview published in the New York Times, "Do you regret setting off bombs?" He said, "No, I only wish we had done more." These are the people who then segued from the streets into our universities to teach our children. They went on what's called the Long March through the institutions. They took over education and academia and turned it into their ministries of indoctrination. They took over the entertainment and news industries and turned them into their ministries of propaganda. Now they have their ministries of social intercommunication. And the purpose is to foment a race war, to pit man against woman, to pit Hispanics against blacks, blacks against Asians, Asians. It's to pit Americans against each other because the first rule of overthrowing another system is to divide and conquer. They've told us they intend to conquer. They are working on dividing us. We cannot allow ourselves to be divided. We cannot allow ourselves to be divided. And you know, what is the definition? They call it a supremacist movement. What is the definition of a supremacist movement? It is the belief that all rights, privileges, and protections of society belong only to those who possess a supreme trait. So in Nazi Germany, that supreme trait was Aryanism. If you possessed that trait, you were entitled to all the rights, privileges, and protections of society. If you didn't, if you were one of the others, you not only were not entitled to those things, but it was a moral imperative to the Nazis that they use their resources to fully disempower and forever silence all others. Because of the history of the Democratic Party, where race is critical to their theory, and because race was critical to the Nazis, we tend to think of supremacist movements in terms of race. But the reality is there are at least 3 significant supremacist movements on the planet today. None of them have race as the determinant of the supreme trait. So along with the woke supremacy, you have the Marxist supremacy. There, the supreme trait is not based on race, but on class. In a Marxist society, if you possess the supreme trait of proletarianism, you are entitled to all the rights, privileges, and protections of Marxist society. If you do not, if you are the other, not only are you not entitled to those things, but it is a moral imperative to the Marxist that his resources be used to fully disempower and forever silence all others. Along with the woke supremacists and the Marxist supremacists, there is the Islamicist supremacists. In the Islamicist supremacy of ISIS, Hamas, Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda, the Ayatollahs in Iran. In an Islamicist supremacist movement, the supreme trait is not race, it's not class, it's creed. In an Islamicist society, if you possess the supreme trait of extreme devotion before 6th century Muhammad, you are entitled to all the rights, privileges, and protections of Islamic society. If you do not, if you are the other, you are not only not entitled to these things, but it is a moral imperative to the Islamicist that he use his resources, right down to his very life, to fully disempower and forever silence the others. In the woke supremacy, only those who are woke will be entitled to free speech. Only those who are woke will be entitled to freedom of assembly. Only those who possess the supreme trait of wokeness will be entitled to freedom of association. Only those who have the supreme trait of wokeness will be entitled to due process. Only those who possess the supreme trait of wokeness will be entitled to hold a job. Are you guys aware of the story of the editor-in-chief of Teen Vogue? Yes? For those of you who aren't, she was a good and loyal and accomplished member of the woke supremacy. So much so that she advanced rapidly to become the editor-in-chief of a major woke magazine. But before she could get started, they fired her because they found a tweet from 10 years earlier when she was a child, and that was enough to see them cancel her. Supremacies are cancel cultures. And if you on the left, you true liberals, you lowercase L liberals, think that you're going to escape this. There was a great poem written after the Holocaust about how first they came for the Jews, but I didn't speak up because I wasn't Jewish. And then they came for each group in succession, and I didn't speak up. And finally, when they came for me, there was nobody to speak up for me. Well, I'm imploring the true liberals, those who are even on the left, to recognize the supremacy is not to your right. We hate white supremacists, black supremacists. We hate supremacism completely. That's why we're nationalists. You've got to start to realize that the supremacy that you fear is coming from your left. And before I finish up, because I've got no more voice left, I am seeing some movement. I don't know if you've seen the last couple of real times with Bill Maher, but he's starting to recognize that the real threat is coming from the left. I don't know if you saw the video of Sarah Silverman denouncing the Democratic Party because she realizes the real threat is coming from the left. You know, my friend Dennis Prager, and I always hate to quote somebody else because I like what I have to say. But my friend Dennis Prager made a great point, as he often does. He said, even if you were once hit by a car coming from the right, it doesn't mean you don't look left the next time you cross the street. The threat to America is not from the political right, it is from the political left. And we will not be divided in favor of a supremacist movement like the woke. Thank you so very much.
Another guy you need to follow. I already followed him just now on my phone. Okay, so we have another great speaker to come up, and it turns out that I know her. She always had her hat on and her hair was up, so I couldn't tell. She's the most beautiful red hair. And I met her on the set of Fox, the Moms show that Rachel...
And the work that we
get a chance
Rachel
to
do together.
Thank you, Rachel Campbell Stuffy. It's sad when you can't remember your friends' names. Anyway, she does this great show called Mom.
The Border Patrol and Health and Human Services, all the government officials tell us they are doing the best they can, but they're being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. And the smugglers and the cartels are doing this on purpose because they know getting paid by the head for as many people as they can get into the country, covering Border Patrol up with children to take care of, taking them off the front line presents an opportunity for them to smuggle drugs, methamphetamine, heroin, and fentanyl into the United States. So we thought it was really important to be able to bring our colleagues from the Senate who are not from border states, who don't get to come here as often as Senator Cruz and I do, to show them this great region. And it's been a wonderful day. We got here last night, had a chance to go out on some nighttime operations with the Border Patrol. But it's great to welcome them. But here's the bottom line. The Border Patrol and Health and Human Services and the non-governmental organizations that are struggling to deal with this flood of humanity tell us they cannot get ahead of this flood of humanity without policy changes in Washington, D.C. The smugglers, the drug runners, they understand our laws and they know how to exploit them to their benefit. So ending catch and release, making sure people with legitimate claims get to present them to an immigration judge, I think should be a priority. And then perhaps we can begin to look at other parts of our broken immigration system. But I'm very proud of the fact that we had such an enthusiastic turnout among all these great colleagues in the United States Senate. I'm glad they're here. I think you'll hear from them. They had a great educational experience. Let me turn it over to my colleague and friend, Senator Cruz.
Thank you, John. It is great to be back in the Rio Grande Valley. It is terrific that John and I were able to bring 18 senators down to Texas, down to the valley, to see firsthand the crisis that is unfolding here. All of us today witnessed the Biden cages. What is occurring here on the border is heartbreaking, and it is a tragedy. You know, as we stand by the banks of the Rio Grande, we have an army of TV cameras here. It is striking that not a single one of these cameras is allowed in the Donna facility. We requested that media accompany us in the facility. The Biden administration said no. The Trump administration had allowed media inside facilities like that. The Obama administration had allowed media inside facilities like that. The George W. Bush administration had. The Bill Clinton administration had. But the Biden administration wants to hide what is going on here. Not only that, but a number of us took pictures and took videos because the American people have a right to know what is happening here. And the Biden administration sent down political handlers to try to keep silent, to try to keep the American people not knowing what's going on. The Donna facility is a giant tent city Built with a capacity of 250, it has nearly 4,000 people in it. We saw cages after cages after cages of little girls, of little boys, lying side by side, touching each other, covered with reflective emergency blankets. There was no 6-foot space, there was no 3-foot space, there wasn't a 3-inch space between the children lined up one after the other after the other. And children as young as infants. We saw playpens with infants and toddlers playing. We also saw a group of children who just today tested positive for COVID-19. The Donna facility alone reports roughly 10% of the individuals being held there are testing positive for COVID-19. Rates dramatically higher than the U.S. population, and the Biden administration is taking people who are testing positive for COVID-19 and locking them in cages side by side. This is inhumane, it is wrong, and it is the direct consequence of policy decisions by the Biden administration to stop building the wall, to return to catch and release, and to end the stay in Mexico policy. A number of us are releasing those photographs and releasing those videos so the American people can see what's happening here. This needs to stop. It is a crisis, it is a tragedy, and it is a man-made crisis. This was avoidable, this was preventable. And regardless of your party, Republican or Democrat, you should look at what's going on here and say enough is enough, this must stop. Johnson.
Okay. Thanks, Ted. Well, I want to thank Ted and John for making this trip available to the rest of us. It was incredibly informative, incredibly instructive, very sobering, and as Ted said, I think really preventable. This shouldn't have happened, and I think one of the lessons we learned is that if you don't build it, they will come. When you don't finish the job and secure the border, you are inviting people into this country, and many of the changes made by the current administration, they were forewarned that this would happen. They were told in advance, this was predictable, that you were going to have thousands of people flooding across the border. And the thing that's probably most concerning, and I say this with all due respect to our Border Patrol folks, is that they spend so much time just taking care of people who come here illegally. They can't stop the bad people, the smugglers, the drug smugglers, the human traffickers. And when you're devoting as much time as they are to taking care and supervising and trying to keep safe all those people who are sitting in these facilities down here, it really is a sad day. We need a change in our policy. I am grateful to the Border Patrol for just the tremendous job that they do. I'm sure it seems like a very thankless job even on a good day, and there aren't many good days when you have thousands of people coming across the border. But we appreciate their work. They're trying to keep our country safe and secure. We need to help them by putting good policies in place and getting away from these failed policies that have been implemented by the Biden administration and that are leading to this crisis on our border. Thanks.
We learned from the Border Patrol that they were asked a long time before the inauguration of the new president their advice on how to handle situations at the borders. We're told that they were advised more than once not to change the Remain in Mexico policy. They didn't take that advice, so we have a crisis at the border because this administration wouldn't listen to the people that had tens and tens and tens of years of experience with the problems here at the border. So this crisis is because this administration would not listen to good advice. And it's become a national security problem, a law enforcement problem, a humanitarian problem, and a lot of other things as well. And yet, they want an immigration bill passed. How can you pass an immigration bill when you have an open border? If they want to accomplish anything on immigration and I want to help them, it would be secure the border. You got to stop the bleeding before you can take care of the problem. Thank you.
I'm John Barrasso, Senator from the state of Wyoming. We came here for a number of reasons. Number one, we wanted to thank the Border Patrol for the job they do every day and every night. We met with them last night and went on midnight patrol with them. They told us their job got a lot harder on January 20th, the day that Joe Biden became president of the United States. As we were with them last night in the darkness across the river, we could see the traffickers and the coyotes and the smugglers on the other side of the river with their bright lights, almost as bright as that television light right there. And they were taunting our border agents, saying, "You cannot stop us now." That's what our agents are up against as a result of the policies of the Biden administration. Today we went to the Donna facility, and what we saw were young people crammed in like sardines, something none of us would want for any of our own children. And as we tried and did video what was happening there to share with the country and the world, the Biden administration censors tried to stop us. Yesterday, President Biden held a press conference, and he said that the great majority of families who come here illegally are being sent back. That's not true, and either he doesn't know it or won't admit it to the American people. The Border Patrol will tell you it's not true. The senators who are here today will tell you it's not true. The men and women in the field will tell you it's not true. It's time to let the press in to see what is happening and the tragedy that this administration has brought on to our nation.
Mike Braun from Indiana, hundreds of miles away. We see all this on our own TV sets back home, and there's no substitute for being here. This was an unforced error on the part of the Biden administration, and when you look at what underpins it, it's that caustic political environment we've got, that if one side is doing it, and it happens to be going well, the other side wants to undo it. And that moment I'll take back, that I'll never forget, is what Senator Barrasso just talked about. To think that you got the brazen statement when we're there, when the Border Patrol is there at midnight, that they're going to keep coming and they're going to get the best of us. That is a sad situation, and I'm hoping that there's enough political will on the other side of the aisle to do what they should have done in the first place, and that's not to try to fix something that wasn't broken and go back to what is working. And you can tell just today in daylight, helicopters, state trooper boats, Border Patrol, and there was something that just happened between when we went upriver and back. That's how tough it is.
I'm Dan Sullivan from the great state of Alaska. I am literally thousands of miles from home, but this is important to my state for a whole host of reasons. The number one thing I've taken out of this trip, and I want to thank Ted Cruz and John Cornyn again, is the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States need to do what we just did. They need to come down here, they need to listen, and they need to learn. Here's what I've learned. We have an upside-down border policy in America. What do I mean? We have open borders on the southern border. There's no doubt. And by the way, the people coming in who are released immediately almost, they're not tested at all. Open borders, no testing for COVID. For the southern border. For the northern border, we have closed borders. My state is facing an economic catastrophe, the great state of Alaska. People want to come travel there even after being vaccinated, and we have that border closed. What we need is the opposite. A closed border here for the time being and an open border on the northern border. That's what the president and vice president will learn if they come down here like we did and learn from the people.
Ted and John, this is the most informative trip I've ever taken, and that's saying a lot. Why are 18 senators here? Because it's the biggest issue facing the country in many ways right now. So what have I learned? They knew. If the Trump administration had been told something and they did the opposite and it blew up in their face, everybody would be asking the Trump administration, what did you know and when did you know it? So I'm going to help you here with your reporting. Mr. Hastings, who's a 2-star Border Patrol leader, told us that he briefed transition members of the Biden administration as to what would happen if you do away with the Remain in Mexico policy. He told us they briefed the Biden administration what would happen if you changed the Title 42 laws to allow unaccompanied children to come here and not be sent back home. Everything they said would happen happened. So if you don't do it, I'm going to do it. I'm going to find out who he talked to and memorialize that conversation and hold them accountable, because they knew, and when they say this is Trump problem, they're lying. This is a problem of their own making. What else have I learned? That Joe Biden, the president, made the problem worse yesterday. This was a nightmare press conference. He told everybody, don't worry, we got crowded facilities. We're going to build 5,000 more beds in Texas at a military base. So how does that play in Central America? We're going to expand the number of people they can take. He said when a child has a phone number on their wrist, we're going to call the family member and unite that family. This is uniting illegal immigration. So the last thing I learned is that we're complicit as a nation in human trafficking. What did we learn last night? There's a trail on our side of the border with markers placed by the federal government to show illegal immigrants where to go. That we're transporting people who pay to get here the last mile with your taxpayer dollar. It's costing about $800 a day per child. If we don't change the pull factors, go back to the Remain in Mexico policy where they can't apply for asylum here, send the unaccompanied minor children back to their home country, there will be 250,000 people a month coming. The Border Patrol said there is no end to this. So Vice President Harris, this is your job to fix. I promise you I will work with you, but you cannot possibly understand your job unless you come here. The last thing we're going to do is introduce a resolution praising the men and women of the Border Patrol and the Customs Department. I've been to Iraq and Afghanistan 56 times. Our soldiers serve in incredibly tough conditions. What we're asking the men and women of the Border Patrol to do is inhumane. They have to deal with things that I don't know how they make it through the day. I don't know how their families stay together. So we owe it to them. Finally, the president said, I'm not going to apologize to anybody about my policies. Mr. President, you need to apologize to those whose job it is to secure the country for making their job impossible. And most importantly, you need to change.
I'd like to follow Lindsay and tell you what I learned. First of all, that those signs that he was talking about was a big old yellow arrow. I called it the Biden arrow, showing illegal immigrants how to come into this country. But I've been down the border a number of times during multiple surges, 2015, 2018, 2019. Back in 2018, 2019, the big issue was we didn't have the facilities. We were overwhelmed, and so we couldn't follow the law and release unaccompanied children into the hands of HHS within 72 hours. It was taking 7 days, sometimes 10 days, and that was a big issue. And we were all wondering, how could we solve that problem? What I found out last night, that's not a problem right now, because the Biden administration has set a goal for Customs and Border Patrol to process and release people in an 8-hour time frame. 8 hours. That's not even a speed bump. It's a go slow zone on a path to illegal entry into this country. And it's facilitating untold inhumanity. I came here a little bit late. I don't know that anybody mentioned the fact that we had to slow down because there was a dead body in the water. Just upstream here. There's nothing humane about that treatment. Nothing whatsoever. My final point is because Vice President Harris served on my committee. I saw how she asked questions of federal law enforcement, these people that we do need to thank, and thank their families for their service and sacrifice. She was never interested in securing the border. Instead, what she did is she actually compared a federal law enforcement agency, ICE, to the Ku Klux Klan. Now, that is the person President Biden has put in charge of solving this problem. How can you do that when you have to rely on the brave men and women of federal law enforcement you're putting in charge of the effort? Somebody who has compared your efforts to the Ku Klux Klan? I just don't get it. This is so sad coming down here. Before I came down, somebody asked me, what do you expect to see? I said I expect to experience deja vu. I did to a certain extent, but I saw something far, far worse. This is sad. This is depressing. This didn't have to happen. This is a self-inflicted wound on our nation, and I just do not believe the Biden administration is up to the task of fixing it unless they completely change stripes here. This is sad. This is a tragedy.
There's a word for what's happening at our border. It's insanity. Every day, thousands of migrants are racing towards our border. Yet those migrants are not running away from Border Patrol officers. They're running to the Border Patrol officers because they know, and their smugglers and their traffickers know, that they can game our asylum system. They can be released into the country into a matter of days, sometimes a matter of hours, and they will never have to go back to their home country. Meanwhile, the brave men and women of our Border Patrol who signed up to be law enforcement officers are compelled to be social workers, babysitters, and cafeteria workers. The madness needs to stop, and there's only one way to stop it. It's for Joe Biden to say, do not leave your home. Do not come to our country. If you do, you will not get in, and we will send you home. And until Joe Biden says that, the madness will continue. Hardworking taxpayers will be forced to spend billions on this crisis. Drugs will continue to flow into our country and devastate American families. Our borders will be wide open to potential terrorists. The madness has to stop.
I'm John Hoven from North Dakota. What a difference between the northern border and the southern border. I want to thank John and Ted for bringing us down here. There's 18 senators here. And what we're trying to accomplish is we want the American people to understand what's going on here. We just want the American people to understand what's going on here, because if they do, they'll say, no, this has to stop right now. You have to change this right now. As we said, we just came by a dead body in the water, just coming back to this press conference. Last night when we landed, we went with the Border Patrol out and saw where the migrants are coming across the river, coming up trails, and they're being, in essence, processed under a bridge. Is that how we do things in America now? We have people streaming in illegally, children, women and children. We just let them come in, and we process them under a bridge in the middle of the night, and we won't let the American people see it? We won't let senators take a picture of it? Is that how we do things in America now? You see, I think if the American people understand what's going on, they're going to say, no, you change this right now. And that's what this is about. Today, we go to the Donna Processing Center. It's a tent. It's a big tent. How many of you been in there? I guess not, right? Well, we're in there today. And why aren't you in there? What's going on? It's a big tent with COVID protocols. They're supposed to have a maximum of 250 people in there. 250 with COVID protocols. Without COVID protocols, a maximum of 1,000 people. How many are in there today? 4,200. And in this sector alone, 3,000 people a day are coming across every single day. We asked the Customs and Border Protection, the Border Patrol professionals, what do you need to stop this so you can get on top of it, so you can do your job? What has to happen? What's the number 1 and 2 things? They said, look, if you reinstate the Remain in Mexico and the safe third country approaches, we can get on top of this right now. That's what needs to happen, and that needs to happen right now. And then, as Senator Grassley said, and others have said, then let's figure out how we do address immigration in an intelligent and a humane way. But it starts with the American people understanding what's going on right now and us changing it. Thank you.
I'm Cindy Hyde-Smith from Mississippi, and the men you see behind me, they're here to help us solve a problem. I'm here to help us solve a problem. We have talked to these border patrols, and they have told us how overwhelmed they are, how overcapacitated they are. These guys have a hard job, and you know, they were just beginning to get a little relief before these policies changed. They were just about to be able to say we've got a handle on most of this just before these policies changed. I'm a mother. I have a daughter. And after visiting where these kids are being kept that are close to my daughter's age, the stories we are hearing are beyond horrifying that's happening to these young girls. We have a job to do. We've got to go back to D.C. Not only do we have to save this border, we've got to save this country.
Tom Tellers from North Carolina. A lot of my colleagues have covered the tragedy here. Can you imagine how any president or vice president, given the facts that we presented here, and these are facts, ladies and gentlemen, you can go out to our websites, and I hope that you will, and share this information with the American people. 2-year-old and 3-year-old children sitting alone at a bench unaccompanied. They called them playpens, but they were actually holding areas for little babies. I've got pictures. My colleagues have pictures. Go out there, report this to the American people, and maybe the president will take notice. And the next time Vice President Harris is asked if she's coming to the border, instead of laughing and saying, not today, get down here, get informed, and recognize you've got a crisis and it's on you to fix it. And we stand ready to help.
My name is Mike Lee. I'm a senator from Utah. I'm about 1,500 miles from home. But in a sense, I feel at home here. I spent 2 years living here as a young man in the early 1990s. I learned to love the Rio Grande Valley as if it were my own home, but in many ways, my heart is still here. I don't think I ever imagined back then, spending time as I did, hanging out in this very park, that one day I'd come back here as one of 18 U.S. senators, touring facilities along the U.S. border with this kind of misfortune, with this kind of deliberateness in bad public policy. We're a nation of laws. We're a nation of immigrants. We need to be both. We don't have to choose between one and the other. In fact, we know from sad experience that if we cease to be either, we will cease to be both. It was a tragically moving experience, one that I hope each and every one of you, as members of the news media, will have, as painful as it is, to have the visits that we've had over the last 18 hours with the poor men, women, and children, especially the women and children who have come across, who have been trafficked, 30% of whom are estimated to have been subjected to sexual assault in the journey. Meanwhile, over the last month, it's been estimated that these drug cartels are making $14 million every single week, smuggling them, abusing them, and contributing to an environment of lawlessness. Lawlessness is not compassion. Open borders is not an answer to enabling a thriving of the human condition. Somos una nación de leyes. También somos una nación de inmigrantes. Podemos ser los dos. Debemos de ser los dos.
I'm Senator Steve Daines from Montana. You might ask, what's a Montanan doing here in the southern border? Well, I represent a state, a northern border state, that has a southern border crisis. What we haven't talked much about yet today in this press conference is what's going on with the drugs pouring across the southern border. It's a zero-sum game down here in terms of what's going on with our Border Patrol. They have a limited number of resources. In fact, we've deployed some of our northern border resources here to help out in the southern border. For every hour they spend processing the flood of illegal immigrants coming across the border is an hour that is taken away from being in the front lines defending our country and stopping the flood of Mexican meth, Mexican heroin, Mexican fentanyl. 20 years ago in Montana, meth was homemade. It was homegrown. And it had purity levels less than 30%. Today, the meth that is getting into Montana is Mexican cartel. It has purities north of 95%. Far more dangerous, far more addictive, and it's less expensive because they're producing so much of it and then shipping it into our country. I spoke to one of my county sheriffs in Montana 48 hours ago. He told me he was holding 7 Mexican cartel members in his jail in Montana the last couple of weeks. We have MS-13 gang members in Montana. So this is an issue that affects a northern border state like Montana. And finally, Montanans are scratching their heads. They're asking, where's the common sense when a U.S. citizen, if they leave the country and want to come back in, you have to produce a passport and a COVID test result. That's not true right now on the southern border. And we're scratching our heads and asking why.
It's James Langford from Oklahoma. I know why President Biden doesn't want the media to be here. Because we do have an open border. Last night when we stood under that bridge, we watched as families, if you had a 6-year-old or younger come in, within hours you were processed and released into the country. If you were an unaccompanied minor, you were sent over to the Donna facility, which we went and visited. That facility, just in one of the pods that I stood in, is designed for 80 people in that pod, and they had 709 people in that pod when we were there. Literally wall to wall in every one of the plexiglass little cells that they have, and then people flooding out into the hallway in between them. 709 people in a pod set up for 80. So that's what happens to the unaccompanied minors. Families are released into the country immediately. And for single adults that are crossing the border, here's the basic thing that's occurring, and everyone down here knows it, and so do the cartels. They'll release 100 or more adults to be able to go one direction, while 100 or more children and families go a different direction. They turn themselves in, which means Border Patrol has to move to that spot, leaving the rest of the border open for adults with criminal records and others to be able to come across. That is the definition of an open border. Removing the security from one area and making sure that people can cross in that area, and allowing 50% of our Border Patrol to have to be used to do input and data processing. To be able to come and see this wall under construction and to see what wall construction stopping really looks like. Open gates with no power on it, so farmers can't come back and forth. Open gates where they have to actually station somebody from the Border Patrol just to be able to sit at that gate. Haven't put in the technology, no cameras, no lights, no ground sensing technology, and worst of all of it, the area where the levee that protects all these cities and communities, the levee is taken down to be able to start putting in the concrete levee, and for more than 10 miles, those areas are now unprotected with no levee at all. So now we have a hazard this fall when the rainy season comes in this area, and the possibility of a hurricane, because construction on the wall is stopped, which means construction on the levee has also stopped as well. This is nonsensical what we're seeing in policy, and we saw none of this just 3 months ago. None of this flood was occurring at that time. None of the problems with construction were happening at that time, and we did not see the humanitarian crisis happening at that time. This is something that needs to be addressed and can be addressed by President Biden, but it was very clear when we got here, there's a reason why he doesn't want the press to be here.
I'm sorry that they won't allow you to see what we saw. I'm not sure there are words in English to describe it. If you talk to the Border Patrol agents, those women and men will tell you that what President Biden is doing is bone deep down to the marrow stupid. They want to go back to the border practices and the border security that existed on the day that President Biden was inaugurated. Now, President Biden and Vice President Harris need to come down here. I don't mean any disrespect, and I'm not trying to tell them how to do their jobs, but they need to come down here. Because it became clear to me today that there are either one or two things going on here. Either President Biden believes in open borders. You do, after all, have to watch what politicians do, not what they say. or the people that President Biden has put in charge to make border security policy are not qualified to manage a food truck.
Thank you very much. Coach Tommy Tuberville from state of Alabama. Spent a lot of time down here recruiting the Rio Grande Valley as a football coach. I've seen things happen down here for years. I'm just an American. I believe in this country. I can put one word to this. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for the taxpayers of this country, what I've seen the last 24 hours. It brings tears to your eyes to see what's happened. And let me tell you something, this ain't a Democrat or Republican problem. This is an American problem. For years, we've been kicking the can down the road as a federal government, not taking care of this border, and we should have. We finally elected a president, Donald Trump, because he got elected because he said he was going to fix it. And he was trying to fix it. And he was unelected. Now we've had a guy come in that's changed it all. Border Patrol says, just give us a game plan. Don't do anything. Please don't do anything until you tell us what you're going to do so we can prepare. They didn't give them any preparation. They changed it. And what a mess. What a complete mess. It is, like I said, it is embarrassing that we have let down the American taxpayer, we've let down the people of Mexico, and we've let down the people of South America, that we put them through this. And if we don't change it, folks, like you just heard from everybody here, I'm the last one. If we don't change it, it is going to get 10 times worse. You're going to have thousands of people die, and you're going to ruin a country that was built on loyalty, dedication, and compassion. But this country ain't strong enough to withstand what's getting ready to happen. They need to let y'all in so you can report it. And I hope to God y'all report what you see if they let you in. Thank you very much.
Hell of a job, Trevor.
All right, we'll take a couple of questions.
According to Customs and Border Protection, were more than 144,000. Again, that's fiscal year 2019, and I do have it pulled up right here. That's exponentially higher than fiscal year 2014, 15, and so on. So my question is was it a crisis in 2019, and is there truly
So it was a crisis in 2019, and President Trump tried very hard to solve it. He tried to work with Congress. He tried to work in a bipartisan manner. A number of us here were working very closely with President Trump to solve it. There was a court decision called the Flores decision that was mandating the release of children and family units, which was in turn serving as a magnet for bringing more and more children, putting them in harm's way, causing them to be abused, sexually abused, and physically abused by human traffickers. And President Trump tried to work with Congress to fix it, and congressional Democrats had zero interest in fixing it. They said they would not work to do anything. And I'll tell you what turned it around in 2019 is the president negotiated a deal, the Remain in Mexico policy, with the government of Mexico. It was a landmark deal that provided that when people came illegally from Central America through Mexico and they applied for asylum in the United States, that they would remain in Mexico while the matter was proceeding. And that caused the numbers to drop, and drop dramatically. Last year, we had the lowest level of illegal immigration in 45 years. It worked. The policies were working. And what did Joe Biden do? He came in and immediately tore up this international agreement with the government of Mexico. And he has caused, last month, we had 100,000 people intercepted illegally coming into this country. This month, we're on path to have 140,000 people intercepted. There are 15,000 children in custody right now, and those numbers are rising. And they are rising because of the Biden administration's mistakes.
We got time for 2 more questions.
For decades, Republicans have blocked any effort of meaningful, comprehensive reform on immigration for decades, all of it. People aren't going to want to stop coming to this country. They clearly do. Quite rightly, everyone here is proud that America is a nation of immigrants. So what are you going to do to solve this challenge long term?
Well, the premise of your question isn't right. We are a nation of immigrants. That is absolutely right. My father came to America from Cuba in 1957. He was 18 and he couldn't speak English. He had $100 in his underwear. We're a nation that is built by people coming here seeking freedom. And there's no nation on earth that is more generous, more welcoming to immigrants than the United States of America. But there's a right way to come. The right way to come is legally, following the rules, following the rule of law, coming here legally. The wrong way to come is putting children in the custody of human traffickers. These are vicious transnational criminals. As several folks told you, we just saw a dead body floating on the Rio Grande coming by of someone who died, crossing, no doubt, with a trafficker. This is inhumane, what is going on, and the Democrats have made decisions. Joe Biden and the Biden administration have made decisions that are causing these people to suffer, and to do this in a pandemic is particularly irresponsible. In Harlingen, the illegal immigrants being released are testing positive for COVID-19 at a rate 7 times higher than the U.S. population. This makes no sense.
Just very quickly, instead of asking a Republican or a Democrat, why don't you ask the people in charge of policing the border what the problem is? Rather than making a political statement and a question, why don't you walk right over there and ask the guy, what the hell happened? We got a chart. I'll give it to you. This was June right here. See this spike? It was big. What did Trump do? He told Mexico, we're going to put tariffs on all your products unless you allow us to have asylum seekers stay in Mexico. What happened? It went down to a 45-year low because nobody's going to pay $20,000 to come to Mexico and wait for 4 years. The day the first plane load of kids went back to Central America, the unaccompanied minor problem went to a 45-year low. So why don't you do your job as a reporter and ask the professionals what the hell has happened in the last couple of months, and they will tell you. They told the Biden administration, if you do what you're planning, we're going to lose control of the border. They were right. I want to know who they told, and I want those people to be held accountable. I'm not going to give this up. I voted for every comprehensive immigration bill that's ever come out of the United States Senate. It is impossible for me to sit down with Dick Durbin and negotiate any solution to people already here, because if you legalize one person until you fix this problem, you're going to have a human tsunami. It will be another signal there, come to America, welcome. Don't ask us, we're politicians. Ask these people over here what has happened, why have they lost control of the border, and they will tell you.
Go for it. Good.
All right, Senator Johnson, Biden's transition team alleged the Trump admin delayed action on the migrant surge for months, even though it was warned about the problem from DHS and HHS. Johnson was the previous chair of the Senate Homeland Security Committee. Did he hear about this warning, and should Trump not assume some responsibility for the crisis?
I missed the first part of your question.
Sure. Biden's transition team alleged the Trump admin delayed action on the migrant surge for months, even though it was warned. So my question is, did he
Lindsay,
hear
give me my graph.
Did he hear about this warning, and should Trump not assume some responsibility for the crisis?
Why don't you ask the people who did the briefing?
Yeah, so let me, first of all, I really don't even understand the premise of your question. I've been working on this chart for a couple of years. It shows cause and effect. I will send it to all of your offices. And again, the fact of the matter is yes, there's a huge surge for a number of reasons. Deferred action on childhood arrivals. You had the Flores reinterpretation where it applied to not only unaccompanied children, but accompanied children. There are a number of things that caused this crisis, and then President Trump and his administration fixed the problem. That's the point we're trying to make. And rather than following those policies where we basically had this under control so we could take the next step, we were controlling the border, we could finish the fence. We were so close to taking that first step of having a secure border so we could address comprehensive immigration reform. Instead, President Biden ignored the advice of professionals, blew up all of these reforms, and now we've got this crisis, which is far worse today than it was even in 2019. We've had a day of over 6,000 people. 6,000 people. That's more than a caravan. That's a large caravan per day. How do you handle that? Put yourself in the men and women's shoes here that have to deal with this. How do you handle 6,000 people a day? Come on, it's a crisis.
Yeah. Hold up a second. You can finish. Hold up.
Is it now time to pursue a more comprehensive? I know you're co-sponsoring the Secure and Protect Act.
Yeah.
If you think we should do a more comprehensive immigration reform.
Well, absolutely, but the table stakes are here. Exactly what Lindsay said. The reason that President Trump did have a crisis to the first question asked, created by a court decision, he fixed it. Well, we just had a meeting just last week with Democrat members. Lindsay and I were there and other members. And we said, if you want to talk about immigration reform, we're prepared to. We have a crisis at the border. We have to understand, again, listening to what the folks on the ground are telling us and making sure that we have policies that secure this border. You cannot possibly have a credible immigration reform proposal in Congress until you fix this crisis down here. Thank you all.
Senator, hold on a sec. Senator Cruz and I are enormously grateful to all of our colleagues who came down here with us about 18 hours ago, and you've heard their remarks and answered your questions. Many of them have to catch an airplane to leave, but some of them may be able to hang around, so you might be able to catch them on a one-to-one basis. But thank you all for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Press.
A press conference with 18 U.S. senators just wrapped up down here on the U.S.-Mexico border. The group of senators came down and say that they were denied access to a Donna, Texas holding facility where they blame the Biden administration. In the press conference, they also said that it's not only a humanitarian health crisis that's causing this to explode, but there's also a criminal cartel element right across the river with the cartels that are exploiting the women and children that are trying to escape. While we were down here, we were able to meet up with Lieutenant Colonel Alan West to get his thoughts and opinions firsthand as to what's taking place at the U.S.-Mexico border and the humanitarian crisis at hand. But what I do know is that you're on the front lines here in Texas. Can you tell us some things that you have heard firsthand from border facilities as to what's happening?
Yeah, sure. I mean, just right down the way here, you got the Eye in the Sky towers. You've got 4 Eye in the Sky towers that are right here that are not operable. They're broken, and they don't have money to get those things operable. So that's one of the problems that we have. But we got citizens that are here. You know, I got friends out in Alpine, Texas. Illegal immigrants are showing up in their barns, some showing up in their homes. You know, this is something that we cannot allow to happen. We are putting, people's lives in danger, not just on this side, but like I said, on the other side. And we are supporting the drug cartels who are making thousands of dollars per each person to bring them across our border, and that should not be happening.
And my last question for you, do you think that the mainstream media's coverage of this has been fair and accurate to this point?
Of course not. You know, the mainstream media is all in the tank for, the progressive socialist left and their agenda. But now, so much attention has been brought to this. And again, when the Mexican president says, you created this, and there is a crisis, there is chaos going on, they have to start, paying attention to it. But of course, they're going to do everything they can to try to distract and shift and look at something else. That's why a rally like this is so important. That's why outlets like yours are so important, to keep that narrative out there.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I'm here with Christy Hutcherson, the organizer of the event. Christy, can you tell us a little bit about your organization and the name of it?
Sure. It's Women Fighting for America, and it was organized about 1.5 years ago. I was an everyday mom, a military mom, a small business owner. I've worked in politics and government for a little while, and I just started getting disheartened to see where our nation was going and where it was headed, and the unconstitutional mandates that were coming down, and how the everyday Americans were giving up their freedoms and their rights and their constitutional rights. And about 2 weeks ago, I got off the road from being in D.C. and speaking, and I saw what was going down here at the border. And I couldn't sit by and be silent. I wanted to see firsthand and bring to the Americans what really is truly going on from California all the way ending in Texas.
And based on your experience up until this point, what are some of the things that you've found firsthand throughout the process?
My heart has been completely changed. I'll probably never be the same again. We've witnessed rape trees. We've witnessed where the coyotes are bringing over men, women, and children, and at points if they're too weak to make the journey, they tell them to sit right here and stay low and be quiet and we'll be back. They find their bodies dead in the desert. We've seen the bodies floating on the Rio Grande yesterday. The drug cartels who literally own the border, they are making millions and millions of dollars on the backs of this Biden's policies right now. We've seen it firsthand. We saw, it's unfortunate, they call them French fry trucks, and where they stack all of these illegals in these trucks. We got it on film yesterday, and they bring them in enclosed box trucks, unload them, and then they bring them across the river, and if they fall in the river and they can't swim, then they drown and they just float down the river. Those are just some of the stories I've personally witnessed and seen. I was in and the drug cartel is extremely heavy in that area. A Syrian national paid $25,000 for the drug cartel to smuggle him in. 6 weeks later, they picked him up in Washington, D.C. These are possible terrorists. So it's not just the men, the women, and the boys and the children that you're seeing coming over the border. We've got bad players coming in every single day, and they're coming in by the thousands every day.
So one of the arguments from the other side would typically be that it's not compassionate to put these types of policies in place. What do you say to those people?
It's not compassionate to keep our borders open. It's not compassionate to allow the rape and exploitation of children. It's not compassionate to see where women have been literally gang raped and left for dead. We found a woman's skull in the desert, and they call it where she was gang raped and they crush her head in afterwards. So where is that compassion? It's more compassion to close our borders where the drug cartel are not making profit, who are not exploiting these children and women, who are not bringing the drugs in. They're using these little kids to bring drugs in, fentanyl and stuff. That's part of the passage. And if they don't do so, then they threaten their families. And they say, if you don't do this, we're going to kill your families. Where is the humanity in that?
So what you're saying is if there were a legal process, it would alleviate a lot of these collateral crimes and tragedies.
Absolutely. And one of the things off camera some of the Border Patrol agents and the sheriffs have told me, Sheriff Mark Daniels, Sheriff Lamb, I spent some time with them. I said, well, what has changed in the last 3 months between this administration and the last administration? Oh, they said the last 2 years of the previous administration, this was almost non-existent. They said since the new administration and these new policies taken it is like the Wild West out here. The drug cartels are literally now living and moving into our cities in the United States, 60, 70 miles inland, and now taking over turf.
What do you recommend? What would you recommend for average Americans to be able to get involved and become aware about this?
First of all, turn off CNN and MSNBC. You're not going to get your real truth there. Go to organizations like this, Right Side Brock, NTD. Go to our website, wffa.win. Get involved, sign up. We need boots on the ground. We need for the people to stop being silent. We have got to lock arms together like never before and take back this nation that we love so much.
Thank you so much. Sandra, thank you for joining us. We're right here on the Rio Grande at this event, raising awareness about border security. Can you tell us what you think is the most important issue revolving around this topic?
The most important thing is that we actually just start talking about it. We've gone so long with turning our backs on it, especially the locals. We pretend like we don't see anything here, and we talk about compliance and just being silent. We wouldn't do that with schoolhouse bullies, so why are we doing that with the bullies across the river who are trafficking women and children and men even into the United States? They're bullying these people, they're raping these people, they're selling them into modern day slavery, and we're not saying anything about it. Laredo is a safe city to live in, but we have so much crime that goes across our door every single day, but we just put our blinders on and we pretend like we don't see it so that we don't have to acknowledge it. When you see a news story and you see that 80 people are in a tractor trailer on the side of 35, that's shocking to you. But But here, that's every single day. That's my border reality, and we can't keep doing that. We've got to start these America First policies that President Trump was trying to do, because we saw how effective they were. We saw we were finally starting to heal and fix the holes in the process that we had. But now we're just dumping water into a sinking ship because we've got tragedy of top of tragedy with the cartel, with we call them the terrorists, because that's exactly what they are, and what they're doing to these women and children. Until we start putting these babies' faces on this and talk about it, then we can talk about immigration and border walls until we're blue in the face, but those are just buzzwords that nobody cares about.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I was just going to say there's a lot of buzzwords, and people don't really put a name to the face, or excuse me, a face to the name.
Yeah.
So being down here and being in this district, can you tell us some of the personal experiences and stories that you have heard?
So back at the middle of 2019, I had a group of middle schoolers. So the middle school that my children go to backs up to the river, kind of about like from here to there, so it's right there. But there's a city park that's right there. So they use that track around the city park for cross-country races and practice and track and all that kind of stuff. While the girls were doing track, the men were across the river yelling at them, saying, "Hey, we'll come pick you up after school. We know where you're at now. You're going to party, but you're not coming home." Things like that. They're coming to me telling me these stories. We've had, being a youth director and things like that in the area, and just being involved with youth sports. They've told me, "Hey, ma'am, these guys were following us home one time, and they thought we were somebody else, and they surrounded us on either side, and they came out with guns, and then they saw it wasn't us, and they said, just go home." And so we just took off, and we went home, and we stayed inside. I had somebody text me just a couple nights ago, and he's like, "Hey, guess what? The Border Patrol is surrounding my house because there's a group right in front of my house. They live just right over here, so it's within close proximity of the river." These are stuff that it happens all the time, so we don't think that it's a problem, but this is a problem. It's not a state or a city crime per se. These are federal crimes. So that's why when people like Governor Abbott send in the state troopers to come and help the Border Patrol or fill in the gaps, they can't do anything. These are federal crimes that they have no jurisdiction over. So what we need to do is we need to reinforce our border security. We've got to get more agents. We've got to get more judges. We've got to get more attorneys. That's how we fix this problem, and we've got to say the names across the river.
Now, there's been a lot more attention from both the left and the right in regard to this growing crisis. The Epoch Times just released a report. They had one of their sources who's inside one of the facilities say that unaccompanied minors are getting into fights in jail cells. There's a health crisis inside. You have COVID, you have lice, you have scabies, you have all kinds of other health issues. What do you say to that?
That's not brand new. That has literally been going on for at least the 12 years I've been down here. But now I'm glad that the attention's being brought onto it. The reason these fights are starting, the reason all of this stuff is happening is that we have gangs like MS-13 and I say the English version better, but it's the cartels of the North. They live right across the river. So they infiltrate our systems. They bring their kids, so they get trafficked in here with them. And then they start recruiting. They start being, just like we see in hardened jail cells, for men, where they're, we're going to show you who's in charge here real quick. These kids are doing the same thing. When I have high school teachers and middle school teachers from the south side, and even here on the north side, telling me our students, when we ask them what they want to be when they grow up, they say cartel members, because they've got all the money and they've got all the women and they've got all the influence. How are we supposed to combat that? We've got to take away this glorious lifestyle that we've given them, and we've got to call them exactly what they are: terrorists who hate people. Nobody wants to be told nobody wants to be called a bully. Nobody wants to be told you hate people. But when you realize what the cartel is actually doing, that's hate. My slogan's restoring the heart. We've got to get back to the heart of these issues and get rid of the hate.
So I think a lot of people don't realize it's not about the people coming through. There's also criminal organizations and cartels behind the people that are wreaking havoc.
And that's exactly it. And that's where when we use buzzwords like, cartel, or we use buzzwords like walls and things like that, especially that whole defund the wall coalition or no border wall coalition and all that kind of stuff, that took away the entire conversation. Because this river is gorgeous, and there's places where a wall just physically will not work, but there's places that a wall physically will work. So we've got to work with what we naturally have. We have to work with what the Border Patrol agents need. So those are ways that we can fix those kinds of problems. But we've got to take away the buzzwords, and we have to have the real conversations. Because once you look, if you know somebody who's ever been abused, And until they say it, or until you start seeing those little signs, you don't know it. And as long as you don't say it and they don't say it, then it's fine, because now I don't have to acknowledge that they've been abused. These people are being abused, and because we don't want to say it out loud, we're not uncomfortable, so we're not going to do anything.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Thank you.
7 years ago when I met him, we sit down and we have coffee and we find out we're from the same hometown. He lived on one side of the tracks and I lived on the other. Older people would know what the tracks divided. And then we found out we were the same age, 21 days apart. And then we knew some of the same people in all of the same streets, and we kept meeting. We're just having conversation, and we're building a relationship. He never told me he was a Republican, and I never told him I was a Democrat. And he ended up telling me how much he loves me, and I appreciated him, and I told him how much I loved him. And I looked at him after about 6 months, and I looked at him, I said, man, Rodney, after I knew he was a Republican, I said, Rodney, his name's Rodney Anderson. He's the chair for the Dallas GOP. Used to be a state rep. I looked at Rodney, I said, Rodney, I think I'm a sneaking Republican. And he says, I know you are. I said, well, why didn't you tell me? He said, because I wanted you to discover it for yourself. Yeah, that's right. The moral of that story is this. We need to win more people from the other side because God loves them as well. Amen. We as Republicans represent God, not represent the devil. We cannot win who we offend. There's nothing wrong with standing up for rights and saying what's right and being right. But when I really, really have the heart for God, I have the heart for people. I want to win as many Democrats and many liberals and many independents as I possibly can to the Republican Party, so that in 2024, there is no problem with voter fraud. Because if we win their hearts, we will win their votes. But they need to know who we are and why we are. Why we believe what we believe, why we say what we say. We've got to educate people. America has always been about black, white, and brown. Woodrow Wilson changed that. I got 2 minutes left. I feel somebody looking at me. Couple of questions. Which one of you guys would guess when the first black judge was elected in the United States of America? Shelley, don't you say anything, you know. Hi, Shelley. Hey, Tim. 1768, New Hampshire, Wentworth Cheswell. Why don't we know that? They don't want us to know that. Wentworth Cheswell was not only elected as a justice of the peace, but for the next 49 years he served. Also, when Paul Revere went one way saying the British are coming, Wentworth Cheswell, a black man, went the other way saying the British are coming. Peter Salem, who served George Washington, received 14 accommodations from George Washington. Prince Whipple, who rowed the front of the boat because that's where the main guy was, had a feather in his hat because he was George Washington's man. James Armstead became the very first double spy in America. Brought George Washington good intel and gave the British bad intel. These are things we need to know. That America has always been about black, white, and brown. We have no division. We have to stop this. Today is the day that it stops. We need teachers in our schools that are going to tell the truth. We need someone to put the truth back into the books. I'm going to finish with this. I'm so proud of Christy. She doesn't even know why. It's not because she invited me to an event. It's not because there's a camera. I'm not here to impress anyone. I don't care about fame or I care about fortune because I like to make money. Please understand that. Right? I don't want to say that part. I do like to make money, and I make money. I don't care about that. I care about people who are passionate with a cause that do it without trying to belittle someone else by doing what they're doing. There's a women's movement out there that's trying to cancel the men in our culture. Christy is not doing that. No. Christy is not doing that. She's just merely saying, women, fight for America. She's not bashing the men. She's not belittling the men. We all have our place in America. So I appreciate this type of movement, a movement of truth and sovereignty. We have to support this. We have to support this because women have always counted. Men, we can't survive without them. I don't know about you, I can't. There ain't a car in the world built like a woman. I like saying that. But I want to thank you for being so brave and starting this movement. I love you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're good. Thank you, Keenan. Oh my gosh. I'm humbled. Thank you so much. I'm on the tear up and almost cried. Yeah, Women Fighting for America. You know, we're a Christian organization as well. I serve a mighty God, and I've seen him do amazing things in this last year. And I'm a mama of two amazing 21-year-old boys. They're twins. One of them is serving our nation right now. He's in security forces. He's in Germany right now, and I'm so proud of him, and my other son is in school. And, you know, Keenan is so right. Women need to lift up men. And you know what? We need men to rise up and be real men. We need real men. You know, God created man and woman for a reason. And they're, you know, my family's the wind under my wings. My men are the wind under my wings. And, you know, we as women need to lift up men and teach them to be the men that God created them to be. We were gonna show some film. We have a lot of footage. I know it's hot out here. We're gonna kind of wrap this up, not too long, but I do want to talk about some things. I want to talk about what I've experienced coming across the border from California to Arizona to New Mexico, and now here in Texas. My eyes have been opened up, and I can't be silent about what's going on down here at the border. I'm from the great state of Florida, born and raised, one of the few you'll find who was actually born and raised in Florida. We are a border city as well. We just have a different issue. We have the Cubans right now who are coming over in rafts, makeshift rafts, like they were in the 80s. They're drowning. We're finding bodies because that's a very dangerous stretch of water to kind of come over here. We're going to go down and we're going to expose that as well. But let me tell you, in Tijuana, when I went over into Tijuana, Mexico, and I saw the encampments that are set up there, it's not just the Mexican people who are coming here. There were Syrians, there were people from Africa, there were Muslims, there were from all sorts of different countries all over the world. They were needing health care. They were sick. COVID, TB. And one of the things with this open border policy, you have them coming into it, they're not being tested, they're not being treated, they're just being let in. And here we have an administration who literally is trying to lock down the American people. This unconstitutional mask mandate. Where's the masks on all of the illegals flooding into the borders? They're not. I didn't see them. You know, this is a power grab, everybody. We all know that. And we, the people, must unite. We must rise up. We must band together, like Keenan said. Doesn't matter the color of our skin. We're all Americans, and we're all in this together. And it's going to take we, the people, to rise up, to fight back, and take our country back and this nation back. We're going to be going on a We, the People, bus tour. It's going to be a tour across this nation. And I'm going to actually ask any other organization out there who want to lock arms and partner with Women Fighting for America. I know Keenan and I have already spoke about it. Keenan's on board. We need everybody to unite. Come on the We the People tour. Let's expose, let's show love, let's educate, and let's activate. Because that's what's going to take back this nation. It's going to be a together effort. please go on our website, wffa.win. We're going to be showing the videos that we have been taking from California to Texas. You're going to be surprised. Your eyes are going to be opened because it's the information that the news media is not getting out there to you. The rape, the human trafficking, the drugs, the murders, the illnesses. This administration has blood on their hands, and we must close our borders now. Thank you. Is Terry out there? I do want to give a shout out to somebody. I don't know if Terry's around. It's been a long day. Terry, can you please come here? Terry and I literally met. Get up here, Terry. So, Patriots at large. Terry and I literally met, what, a week ago, Terry? Week and a half, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, 2 weeks
so,
ago.
Terry heard about what we were doing down here. I don't even know how we got connected. But we started talking, and he was like, I'm in. I don't know what I have to do, but I love what you're doing, and I want to be a part of it. Terry literally, single-handedly, with a whole bunch of volunteers, a lot of man hours, everybody that you see here in these black event shirts, I am so thankful for each and every one of you. You guys have no idea. You guys are the true heroes of this. You rock. Yep. So I want to personally let Terry say a few words, and then we'll close out. I know I'm putting you on the spot, right?
That's all right.
It's all right. So if Terry just wants to say a few words, I just wanted to personally thank you for everything you're doing, and I cannot wait to lock arms and work and collaborate with you again in your organization. So, Terry,
thank you.
Say something.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, it wasn't expected, but I'm usually never at a loss for words. I love to talk. You guys, anybody. First thing I'm going to do, hey, Eddie, anybody's got a black shirt on? Girls, come over here real quick. Come up front. All you girls, these are some girls we brought in that are local. You'll go out there with the Patriots. Come on, girls. So what we want to do with Patriots Large, number one, Eddie, you better get over there. Where's Luis at? Is Luis gone? He went to go buy meat from carne asada tonight, so we got invited to stay and hang out, and we're going to do that. But we have a heart to help, and we have a heart to work with other Patriots, and Chrishia has been so awesome. We are a really super young organization, super young, 7 weeks, 8 weeks, and we had an opportunity to come down and work with you, and it was a blessing and a curse because it was tough. We worked our butts off, but those guys right there are the real heroes. I mean, these guys. This is the community at work fighting for our community, and there's kids in there, and these are the RGC kids. Man, RGC in the house. You guys are awesome. If we can't affect our kids, we can't affect the change. We've got to affect the kids to affect the change. And it starts with us that are older and been around more, just doing whatever we can to do that, speak into their lives. This issue on the border, I came down here, I'm only talking for about 2 more minutes.
That's fine.
I came down here about 2 weeks ago. God led me to come down here. I was driving down here. Don't make me cry. And it was God led me down here. I met Sandra Whitten. She introduced me to these kids down here. My heart went out to them. And we watch these boats come by, and we think it's, oh yeah, go military. But these kids live with this every day. This is their community. We take it for granted. We go to our homes, we look at it on the news, and we come down here, and like you did, Chris, you went out and saw it. Yeah. We go out and we see it. We see what's really happening out there. And you are changed. And if you are not changed, then I don't want to know you, because if you can't be changed by watching what's going on in this country, on the border, and what the devastation it has on these border communities. And we talk about disenfranchised communities. This is it. This is the epitome of a disenfranchised community. And so what my heart was is when Christy called me, I was here. God led me down here. I'm here on Friday night. I get a call. Hey, this lady wants to talk to you. She's doing this tour. I'm in Laredo. She says, we want to do something that ends in Texas. I'm in Laredo. She says, do you know anywhere down there? I said, I don't know anywhere, but I'm in Laredo. And I said, I'll work with them tomorrow. We'll do a combination tour. We work it out in the next couple days. And, so God put this together. Listen, there maybe wasn't 5,000 people here, but the message is going to get out. We had people, the media here, that'll put this out. We have it on our Facebook page, Patriots at Large.
And so, man, it was just awesome. So thank you so much for letting us be. And I told you earlier, I was so honored to be involved with you in this. It was just awesome for me. And these kids that get involved, and my group that gets to get involved, and the experience we get to be able to take and carry that out to other people. Right. So I appreciate it.
I'm humbled and I'm honored, and you guys are my heroes.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Give these guys, I love you guys, each and every one of you. Stay there, because I want to come and get a photo with you guys, if that's okay. So, Women Fighting for America, we're out here on the front lines. We're going to bring you and continue to bring you the stories that no one else is telling you. We're going to be on the front lines in the trenches every day, exposing what's going on in this nation, this Marxist communist movement called the Socialist Democratic Party, and push back against this anti-American agenda that we got going on. Go to WFFA.WIN, get involved. I read everything. Pray for us. We love you. God bless the United States and America. Thank you so much. And I'm going to give a shout out. Shelly Luther. She came in. Say hi, Shelly. So anyway, love you guys. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming out.